Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band, charges on the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon, to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kebab, Credential, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Skidibidibidabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Gua. Bese gua, go to there. Gua, go to there. On the spoon. Yes, what you information. Well, on the spoon. To be yes, what you understand. Bese gua, go to there. Gua, go to there. On the spoon. Yes, what you information. Well, on the spoon. To be yes, what you understand. Bese gua, go to there. Gua, go to there. On the spoon. Yes, what you information. Well, on the spoon. To be yes, what you understand. Bese gua, go to there.
Okay, so spoon, spoon laughs last. This is how I begin the show. They say he who laughs last laughs the best, right, Dwalu? Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah. Dwalu is definitely going to respond to that question in a minute once he's ready to come on. But we love to say welcome to Liberia's premier nighttime show. This is the biggest talk show in the entire country. We also want to say happy new month to you as well. Today is the 1st of February in the year 2024. This is the month of love, and I'm particularly happy that February is here because my son is born in the month of February. 10 days from now, we'll definitely be celebrating his 6th birth anniversary. So February holds a special place in my heart. But whatever the case is, if you're celebrating your birthday this month, I'd love to say happy birthday to you. Happy pre-birthday to you. For those of you celebrating this month, this day, I should say happy birthday to you as well. I wish you all of the best this February. And may you break those boundaries and those things you were unable to have achieved. May you be able to make meaningful strides and achieve those things as well. By the time check in Liberia, we have 25 minutes up to 9 p.m. A lot of things happening in the country. We'll bring you few of those trending issues happening across Liberia. But for those of you watching us via Spoon TV, we love to say good afternoon, good night, and pleasant good morning to you, wherever it is you're watching us from. From those of you listening to us here in Liberia, love to say a pleasant night to you as well. Today is the 1st of February 2024. So what's going on? Let me bring on Mr. Dwalu and the people. Love to say pleasant night to you, Dwalu. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing excellent, Dama. It's a great day today to be back in the studio to talk about Liberia. There's a lot of things unfolding rather, of new appointments, etc. The city is budding. We have some arrests going on, so many confirmations going on, a lot of explanation, what the Senate is doing, etc., etc. But one thing I want to add to this is, Dama, is this. We cannot dash the hope of the young men and women of this country. They have a lot of expectation. Some of them are, getting discouraged. I get a bunch of calls from them in terms of how the government is unfolding. But by the end of the day, we are still listening. We are paying attention. And we are hoping for something that's going to lift the spirit of the people, as stated by President Bwaga himself. Once again, man, you're welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia.
Yeah. To all the stations relaying us across the country, we appreciate you all for at least letting information reach our people. People listen to the show all across the length and breadth of this particular country of ours and outside of Liberia as well, to our partner stations relaying us in Magibi, Bong, Nimba, River Says, River G, Grand Crew, Grand Jide, Lofa. The rest of the counties would love to say thank you. Let us know so that we do give you the needed credit as well. But Dwal, Spoon last. I remember some part of July last year. It was a really torrid time for us as a network. We had it back to back. They say when you're rather happy, it can happen in threes, eh? Yeah. When bad things are about to happen, they happen in threes.
Yeah.
And one morning, got a video. We were out of the country at the time. The now CEO and I were out of the country, and then we got a video that the station, was being locked and closed. We had apparently been sued for maligning a character, for libel, the rest of the things I got to do with it. When somebody says you spoil a knee.
Yeah.
And Mr. Wilmer Smith sued the network. Whether it was politically motivated, however it is, we're closed for 6 weeks because he claimed information that was diverged on this network hurt his person. But today, like the same person, criminal could see indicted on several criminal charges. And I'll list the charges. He and 3 others. They were arrested by criminal court, charged for allegedly stealing public money. The charges include fraud on the internal revenue of Liberia, misuse of public money, theft, and or the illegal disbursement and expenditure of public money, economic sabotage as well. According to the court document that we have in our possession, he and his 3 other co-defendants were also charged with misapplication of entrusted property, forgery and counterfeiting, unlawful rewarding of public services, unlawful compensation of existence in government matter, and criminal conspiracy. According to the court document, they allegedly illegally withdrew $1,795,000 to an account with number 610064362 at EcoBank. They were not able to account for that money. They also allegedly broke several rules of the Public Procurement and Concessions Commission. The act of awarding contracts. They awarded contracts to several companies and failed to withhold taxes as required by law. So that when the economic sabotage and all that one comes in. What really made all of us surprised was the fact that Spoon was not the original source of that information as of when it happened. We were a secondary source. But what prompted Mr. Smith to go after the Spoon network? There are several theories to that. One of those theories is they were using him as a conduit to close the network down perpetually, for which they achieved for 6 weeks. Now they were arrested. They filed a property bond of 5 million. The LACC, we've been told by sources within, is going to challenge that property bond that was filed. And we'll see how this plays out. Dwalu.
Yes, Damontan. Look, this is a story that we follow very closely because I remember those months or those weeks when Spoon was actually shut down. I'm going to say this to begin. I want to lay the premise here. The People's Network, this entire country was listening to this network. A bunch of people I would describe as hooligan, literally, I don't care if they were serving government, decided to use hook and crook and illegal means to shut down this radio station for people who eventually got accused of crimes that we all know they were committing here in this country. Now it is self-evident. It's been presented to the courts that this is what they've done. They've been charged with these, with literally stealing from the Liberian people. But I'm going to say this to the courts. You cannot aggressively, because you are in power. You call it a theory, Damo. You can call it a theory all you want. I don't think it's a theory. I think the government before under President George Weah decided to shut this radio station down because they felt this radio station was actually hitting them very hard politically. It was a political move, and this guy, I forgot his name. What's his name again?
Wilmer Smith.
Wilmer Smith was used as a pawn to advance the CDC agenda. That's all it was. We know the money was being stolen. The publication was initially done by Front Page Africa. Spoon TV and Spoon FM actually relayed this story, but they decided to sue Spoon because Spoon was the one hitting them very hard. This network actually brought this administration to power, the new administration, because every single dirty deed that was being done by the Weah administration was being exposed by Spoon Network. But I'm going to say this to the court. The Liberian people expects you to do this, to go ahead and follow through with this case. This case should not be toyed with. Real people, real consequences for these guys' action. They deliberately, intentionally stole from the Liberian people. And after they get in charge, we pray for a conviction. And if their conviction, actually put these guys in jail. A message has to be sent across this country. There are real people, my people, real people in Wapolu County, real people in Riverside County that are actually suffering because of the actions of these criminals up in Monrovia. We don't want to talk about them because everybody's trying to protect his or her own criminal, while the Liberian citizen, the Liberian family continues to crumble. I don't know when we're going to understand this, when we're going to change this, that we are as good as the least of us. We will continue to say this to our people. We'll continue to tell them, listen, your citizenship is not to be quiet. Your citizenship demands that you push your government so the government can serve you. The government is instituted so they can up your standard of living in this country. If your standard of living is not being upped, if money from the government is being taken away by the likes of Smith, these criminals that are serving in government, nothing is going to change in this country. You have to continue to push this. If you do not push this issue, this country is not going to change. You have a greater responsibility than you think. I hope the courts take this very seriously. I'm excited that the LACC is going to challenge this bond hearing or this bond placed on these guys so they can go home. This should be in South Beach because people die because of their actions against the people. Spoon TV, and I hope Spoon can sue these guys because there was a malicious lawsuit.
You know your manner.
Yeah.
Where you leave it to God, I leave it to God and all that kind of stuff. But people suffered serious, mental problems, breakdown for the 6 weeks that the station was closed for.
Yeah.
People were kind of uncertain. There had been this trend in the country that if a government-backed individual or a government closes your institution down, it doesn't get reopened until maybe a year, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6.
Okay.
So we're facing that fate. As a head of the institution, one of the heads of the institution, you have your colleagues calling you. Oh, my man, we're coming back to work. Are we working? Will we work again? All that kind of stuff. You literally wanted to take bread from people's mouths.
Exactly.
You were putting families, knowing fully well that the whole thing that you were doing, that was fiasco. And the truth has surfaced. The truth is stubborn. It's difficult to hide. It's like a volcano that wants to erupt.
Gary.
Whether you like it or not, it
will
will definitely erupt when the right time comes.
Agree.
Now the man wanted to settle for 19.5 thousand.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah. You sue for millions. You realize now they say, oh no, you won't settle for 19.5. No, nobody's settling with you. That quote unquote. And now as it is, you have to face the criminal charges, filing property bond. You want to hire the whole, you want to hire the whole thing.
Well, it's not going to work because it's already outside.
Yeah.
Now, there are a lot of other reports at the LACC, and I hope under this new administration, most of these, if not all of them, are actually brought to book, exposed to the public. Because, look, we cannot continue to suffer. And the very people that are creating the suffering in this country, the system continues to shield them. When Spoon TV was closed down, Dama, he said he wanted to take bread out of people's mouths. He actually took bread out of a lot of people's mouths. Okay, because the issue is the station is closed down. There is no funding coming in. There's absolutely nothing going in. The news, people are being denied information because one man who's being used by the city administration to push Liberian citizens from getting information for themselves. I don't know how people can be this despicable. It cannot just be about you. If you are in government, the Constitution requires you to be selfless and serve your people. Some of these guys forget when they get into the system. I understand Pepsi Yeka is also on the run. This young man was changing money over at GSA Junction. All of a sudden, one of the richest men in this country. How can you live with yourself? How can you go around this country, this city, flaunting wealth that you've not earned, that you've not worked for? And people celebrate you. Sometimes Liberians, I don't know what we do. We do this for ourselves. We celebrate people that are stealing from us, and we expect these people to change. You're not going to change, ever. Your lives are not going to change if you don't force the issue. Sometimes I wonder whether you understand how this democracy is supposed to work. You have a part to play, Liberian people. If you don't play that part, you can go to your churches all you want. You can go to the mosques all you want. Nothing is going to change until you demand that change. And look, we come on this network to remind you every single day. This country is not going to develop until we all force the issue. Sometimes you sit there, you pray, you fast, you do whatever you want. Criminals in government will be criminals in government until they are prosecuted and locked up for a very, very long time. Give them 200 years in prison. Give them 50, 40 years in prison. This is what it takes because their actions are actually killing Liberian citizens. I don't know when we're really going to understand this. Damon.
Take it easy, Paul.
Yeah.
So we leave that story. We'll definitely be following up on the court proceedings, as it relates to the criminal charges against Wilma Smith and 3 others. That case, the Spoon Network, you can rest assured we will make sure the public, as we did with the Gloria Musu's case, the Chalo Musu murder trial, will bring all of the happenings to our listeners and our viewers around the world. But Bwaka's cabinet is taking shape. His cabinet is taking shape. We had 3 of his nominees confirmed on today. I can now call him finance minister because he was confirmed. The finance minister, Honorable Boama Kamara, the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Honorable Sylvester Grisby,
correct,
and also the Commissioner General of the Liberia Revenue Authority, Mr. Dobo Jala.
Correct.
And I don't know if you've noticed the trend, all of the male nominees that have appeared before the Liberian Senate, as of when confirmation began, they all wearing country cloth.
Same color too, by the way.
Same color, yes. The agriculture minister designated today wore similar.
Yeah.
I know they can go for a meeting.
I think this one they did do that. I don't think it was a coincidence. They decided to wear the country club, which is
The
not
same
bad.
color,
you know.
yellow, gold, and black.
Yep. Yep.
The Mastelas and Mini.
Yep.
But his cabinet is taking shape.
Yeah.
And he has made additional appointments.
Correct.
From camouflage to business suit. The chief of staff
Correct.
has been retired. The chiefs have been retired because the deputy as well,
Correct.
Geraldine Doe, has
Correct.
been retired as well. And there's a trend as well. The former defense minister was once the chief of staff.
Correct. Yes.
And he was retired.
Correct.
By President Weah and made defense minister. Now the chief of staff, or the former chief of staff now, has been retired. He's following in his predecessor's footsteps.
Yes.
And he's now the defense minister designate. Look at that appointment. Let's look at the chief of staff becoming defense minister, and then we'll look at the rest of the other nominations that have been made by President Boyka.
I want to say this. Let me go back to the military. I know Zian Khan is the ambassador designate.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's one over there. I'm not a big fan of this very quick transition from the army into the defense ministry right away. I believe Prince C. Johnson is a very young man. Liberia spent a lot of money on him. I think that was a poor decision retiring him this young. He still has a lot of years. If I'm not mistaken, he's still under the age of 50 years old. Most of the time, people that occupy the position that he's going to be occupying have to be much, much older, and they've served much, much longer. If I'm not mistaken, I believe General Johnson has only been in the army less than 20 years. He hasn't been in the army for a very long time. People do not retire before 20 years now. And he also retired, I believe, Geraldine, the deputy, she's been there in the deputy defense minister as well. It's Honorable Boyka, it's the President Boyka's decision, but personally, I think that was a poor decision if you ask me. These guys still have a lot of years to serve this country in the military. We could have found a civilian defense minister if you wanted to let Zian Khan go. That is just my take. At the end of the day, it is what it is. But now he's coming into the defense ministry. Now it's a trend. Whether it's a good trend for this country, I think Liberia lost on this one, if you ask me, because he's still a young man. He still have a lot of time to serve.
But he's still going to have influence on the military this time around. From a business suit perspective. Are you still considering that a loss?
Well, that's the thing. Honorable Boyka presidency is 6 years. Okay, I believe Steve. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's like 48, 49 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if you know General Prince C. Johnson's age. He's serving, but for 6 years. So what happens? Now he's retired. The Republic of Liberia has to pay him for the rest of his life. So if he's less than 50 years old, let's assume he's 50 years old. That means we have to pay this man for the rest of his life. Think about it. Whether this is a good trend, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people that could have served in the defense ministry. I wish he'd been retained as the commanding general of the army. There is still room there, but this trend, sometimes people do this for other reasons that may be beyond me, you, and our pay grade. We may not fully understand this. But like I said, it's a poor decision for me, because if you look at the trend around the globe, if you look at how long generals serve, how long people have to stay in the military before they actually 40, 30, 40, 50 years before they can get to that position. After the war, General Prince Johnson and General Zian Khan, they were all in the position. Very rapidly, they got pushed up the chain. People don't make general in 10 years, 15 years. You do not. It's 30, 40 years, period. So these guys were literally 4G to become generals. And at the end of the day, I don't think it's a good decision, but it's the president's decision, and we have to live with it.
Okay. Let's just go through the list of appointments, nominations made by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Yuma Boyka Sr. These nominations affect the National Port Authority, the Ministry of State, the National Investment Commission, the Ministry of Defense, as well as the Armed Forces of Liberia and the Office of the President. So, Madam Mamaka Belete, Minister of State with a portfolio.
Correct.
Mr. Samuel A. Stivokwa, Minister of State with a portfolio, Special Services, Ministry of State. Antonio Colina Kuratokpa, the Deputy Minister for Administration, Ministry of State. Madam Ora Richards, the Deputy Minister for Budget and Finance, Ministry of State. Mr. Sekou Dukle, Managing Director, National Port Authority. Mr. James Bernard, Deputy Managing Director for Administration, National Port Authority. Mr. Jeff Blable, Chairman, National Investment Commission. Mr. Melvin Sharif, Executive Director, National Investment Commission. This is the National Investment Commission that we had a serious rigmarole going on between the executive director and the chairman. There was an infight between those guys. They couldn't see eye to eye during the CDC regime. We have Major General Prince C. Johnson, retired and nominated Minister of the Ministry of Defense. Brigadier General Geraldine George, retired and nominated as Deputy Minister for Operations, Ministry of Defense. The Zolizo, yeah, where Zolizo had law for, but he just couldn't make it. Colonel Davison T. Foley, promoted to the rank of Brigadier General and nominated for Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Colonel Theophilus Dana, nominated as Deputy Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of Liberia. And the 14th on the list is Miss Maureen Yedu Nema, Executive Assistant, Office of the President, Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. Congratulations to you, Miss Maureen. Congratulations to each and every one of you nominated or appointed by the president. When your phone buzzing like this, you know that the phone calls can make you know. Yeah. You can already know because they can, they can be giving you a green letter already and all that kind of stuff.
Correct.
But the phone calls,
yeah.
The call you never use the receive, you can start receiving
it. But I want to make a point here, Dynamic. Look, guys, we want to congratulate everybody who was appointed by the president. Congratulations to you. We pray that you put Liberia first. I want to say this, guys. I did say something. I say it takes years to become a general. Don't take my word for it. Go and do some research. Okay, it is not typical for somebody to make general under 20 years. I'm not talking about wartime. Look to any military across the globe to become a full general. I want you to understand the ranking system of the military, of our military, and most militaries around the world, even the U.S. military that we model our military. So it starts from second lieutenant, first lieutenant, it goes to captain, it goes to major, it goes to lieutenant colonel, it goes to colonel, it goes to brigadier general, it goes to a major general, it goes to lieutenant general, then it goes to general. Typically, people spend decades to become a general in the army. And before you get to that point, so there is nothing wrong. Like I said, it's the president's decision. It's a decision he's taking. But I'm saying for the sake of Liberia, we spend thousands, if not hundreds of thousands on these guys to be able to train and serve the country. If we continue to retire them very quickly, I don't think Liberia is getting a bang for its buck. That's my argument here. Obviously, these guys will go and serve as the president chooses. This is how it's supposed to be because the president appoints them. But at the end of the day, it does it serve Liberia the best? That's the question I'm always asking. Dr. Francine, welcome to the show, man.
Dr. Francine, good afternoon to you, ma'am. You were missed yesterday on the show.
Yeah, Wednesday is my teaching day. That's what happened. So the time in a day, it changes every semester. Last semester was Thursday, so this semester is Wednesday. And during this summer, it's going to be another day, probably Wednesday or Thursday too. Yeah. But how are you guys doing?
Okay.
That's good.
Super.
Good.
Yeah.
While you say that, bro, I want you to bring me something back. Let me see what I want.
I'm here for a while.
I want something.
I'm completing something.
Yes.
I have to do it myself.
Yes, yeah. I understand that. But when you come in, what are that?
I'm working from here. If it makes you feel any better.
That's okay. You are working. I
hear
see
me?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working from here. So I got my
let me tell you what I want now. I want one lapa. I want one lapa. Lapa, you know what lapa? Yeah.
Oh, but that one I'm fine.
Yeah.
Consider it done.
I would take it back to Liberia to sew it because it's too expensive to sew.
And sew again.
Yeah.
Well, lapa around play one of people.
Probably you can't talking to someone all that.
You know what? Hold on.
As he can be talking to some people like that. Did I say me? As he can be talking to some people like that, I went to the airport, we saw a dog coming from, look at problem, look at dog.
Yeah, people can try with their animals, put it in the little cage. in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that why I
Then
was.
you see dog getting to shaking. So that problem.
Yeah, yeah.
No, James, I did not miss a word. I said second lieutenant, first lieutenant, then captain. That's what I said, sir. Go back to the tip and listen. If I did, but I know I didn't. Once again, man, you're welcome to the show. Let's recognize some people. I know Damo will take some calls tonight. I see Orisa Momo. Hi, Momo. Tenant Chroma. How are you? Patrick Winkwe. Welcome to the show. I see Manda Bidel Brooklyn. Welcome to the show. Let me see over here. I see Big King Monty Jr. How are you doing? I see TC Coops. How are you, Arthur Nango? Mr. Nango, what's going on, my brother? Michael Sung, Kalafa Soma Jackson. Welcome to the show. I see Mohammed Tango Masali, Jeff Camus, Mary Finna Yima. How are you doing? Melvin Davis, Cecilia Davis, Othello Pin Ben. How are you? Cynthia Mom. Over here, I see Dennis S.K. Kaket. How are you doing? Ruth Samuels Kia, Laura Johns, Willa Nyama, Pearl Campbell. How Pearl? It's been a minute. Ahmed Dolly, Vani Gatawe. How are you doing? Jerome Roberts. I see Sebe Fatoma. How are you? He said we need to talk. Okay, I'll actually send me a message in my inbox and I'll respond to you. Evelyn Debeni, how are you doing? George S.K.'s Mado St. Jr. I see Robert Hill. I see Puchu Ta, Teresa Sherman, Tucker G. Christine. How are you doing? Anxiety Sumo. My brother Samzo Alakak City. My man, send me a message in my inbox, man. I mean Kakatan all the time. I can swing by, we can have a little chat. I see
You
Lady
better
Bird Holder. I see my
give me a bit. Oh, my red
I see
before getting
Louis.
you go to all the land for us. Oh.
Lucien Woodard. You see how black that is somewhere all around. Eddie Santiago Solari,
Mama,
how are you doing?
Monrovia, Jeff, Basso.
Wilhelmina Smith Dix, Aaron Siafa Jr., Howard Pedro. The Francine is very low and dominant.
Yeah, that was
Alexander
something like
Simmons,
that.
Zeus Carter Jr. Hey, Zeus, what's going on, man? Donna and Davis. I see Joseph Yala Jr. I see Eugene Williams, Nan Gordon, Melvin D. Gay. I see somebody full boy, Ophelia Baker, Caleb Gonen, Elia Okalo, Florence Boca, Precious Satya, Joyce Kona, Beatrice Washington, Arthur S. Moore, Mr. Moore, how are you doing? Michael Tama, Olivia Anderson, over here, I see Kia Ali, Zoe Sirleaf, Serena Kopa Boe, Ethone Jala, Sohabu Pasowe, Eo White, Naomi Herman, Andre Tyre, Tommy King, Siata Temwe. Hey, Siata, Mama, what's going on, man? Everything? How are you enjoying yourself over there? Deconti D. Davis, I see Chichi Golf Favor, I see Garfield Lamin Kadi, Maxwell Johnson, Melvin Jansen, Emmett Herman, Peter Colon. Everybody, man. Yo, welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. Let's talk Liberia. Damen.
Yes, so our last training topic for tonight, before the rest of the panelists can join, is titled Sarah's Quest. You know, it's titled Sarah's Quest. Today was to be the confirmation hearing of the foreign minister designate, Reverend Sarah Beslow Yanti. And what happened was there was an overcrowding of the Senate's chamber. Former diplomats, current diplomats, foreign ministers, former ministers. And the place was overcrowded, and some of them were sitting on the seats of senators. And the question here is, Dwalu, that crowd, was it fear or favor that led them to overcrowd the Senate's chamber as it was? The outside, you had people banging, dancing, beating drums, solidarity here and there. Dwalu, fear or favor? Solidarity or scare tactics? Which one?
Damo, you want the raw truth?
Yeah, that's what we want from you and Dr. Richardson.
Let me say this though. Dr. Richardson, my brother Ashley Jackson, welcome into the studio, brother. Let me say this to you. I hate when the legislature or any government entity is influenced in a way that is not befitting the position I once about to occupy. I'm going to say this. What happened today at the Senate was entirely unnecessary. I think Sarah Basley should be ashamed of herself by taking all those people over there. This is not how we want confirmations to be. Look, go before the Senate. If the Senate recognizes that you possess the skills and whatever it takes to deliver to the Liberian people, the Senate should confirm you. You don't need a cheering squad to go before the Senate. I know sometimes it's a little itty but oh, when I'm criticized, I was said, no, we look. I don't know whether people know this. Liberia is way too important. The preservation of this republic is way too important to be left to feelings. To feelings. We are not going to develop if we continue to do this feeling thing. For a very long time, shy away from this politics thing because my approach to governance is about result production, producing results so the people's standard of living can be improved. If what it takes to produce that result requires you to go to the legislature with a cheering squad, why will you go to the Senate to influence the Senate? Why? What reasons do you have to do that? I don't think that was a good move. I think the Senate should discourage this in the future. I think that kind of cheering squad should not be allowed in the Senate. The people's house have to have some regulations. If somebody is taking a decision that's going to actually influence the people's decision in a way that is not befitting the very house, this honorable body, we should all discourage it. I don't believe that should have been done today. I think that was wrong, personally.
Dr. Richardson, if you follow.
Yes, I did. So from what I heard you say and what I know, it is called a public open hearing. I believe I'm correct on that. In the past, these hearings were performed where nobody bothered, so say one, so say all. But Liberians are becoming increasingly aware of their rights, and they want to be a part of the decision-making process. And so we have to consider perhaps how these hearings might not be like the way they were held before. We have to consider moving into maybe a different space, not necessarily in the space where the Senate meet. Maybe I know they have another space called the joint session hearing, so that people would be allowed to be there. The second part of this is that I think it's wrong to go take this Senate seat. I don't know if I won't say it was a breach of security, but I would say that you shouldn't. You should respect your senators. Okay, you should respect your legislators. I don't think any person, because they're diplomats or whatever, should take the Senate seat. On the other hand, we have to start preparing for these events. If we're going to call them public open gathering hearing, people will attend, and we have to expect that people will want to support and be a part of the decision-making process, even if it is by just hearing it. So that's my thought on that.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, you're welcome as well on the show.
Thank you
We
very much,
have
Diamond, and
former Minister Isaac
Francine.
Doe is getting set up.
Yeah, Francine, nice to see you. And Dwalo, how are you today, man?
Good to see you,
So,
Jack.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you guys. It is kind of it's very difficult for me because I've seen the confirmation process become much more not a technical evaluation thing, but more like a public spectacle. And that public spectacle began. I remember when Blama Nelson was nominated as Minister of Internal Affairs. Then I saw Mary Brawl with going out there in her traditional outfit with the drum beating and all of that. So it's becoming a public spectacle. And I don't want this to become a public spectacle. I want it to become a truly technical thing where the senators do their job. The other thing is what happened at the Senate? How did the Senate security allow these many guests to enter the chambers? How did they occupy those the senators' seats? And what kind of mechanism was in there to put some order in there? So we need to maybe ask Senator Dillon about that. How did that spectacle happen? I mean, in the chambers of the Senate, going forward, we just need to have a confirmation process that provides due diligence and oversight of the nominee, and not to have a public spectacle. I don't think we need public spectacle on a confirmation process, because other than that, what you do is basically you bring in sentiment, you bring in politics, you bring in other non-essential elements that will go into making a proper evaluation of the candidate. That's my position.
And in dialoguing with you, Mr. Jackson, I think I want to agree with you that security measures should be put in place. Like, like any public building you go to in these modern world, you got to go through something to say, that you're safe and you're not going to go harm anyone, whether it's a detector or you got to go through security, period, and so I think that's a good question. That's a good comment. But on the other hand, I don't know if we can stop someone from taking their own cheerleaders, especially if they're outside, if they have a certain place to be. I think we can say, okay, we can give them a designated area, because that's how it is in Liberia. People take their own chair spot with them, so they can be in a designated and they respect that. I think
but Francine, Francine, I was speaking about in the chambers of the Senate. I'm not talking about on the grounds of the Capitol. I mean, on the grounds of the Capitol. Yeah.
I heard. I agree. Yeah, I heard. I said in the chambers, like you said, the security. We should respect. We should have security measures in place. That I agree with you. And on the grounds of the Capitol, that you have designated areas for cheerleaders and crowds, because I don't think we can prevent this from happening. That's just part of our culture. I don't think we can tell people to don't bring your cheerleaders with you.
Maybe I never said anything about not bringing cheerleaders.
No, I'm not saying. I didn't say you said that, Mr. Jackson. I'm just saying, I'm just wondering, thinking out loud, whether it's something that we can tell people, don't bring your cheerleaders with you.
Oh, I mean, the cheerleaders can stay in the streets on the grounds of the Capitol, but in the chambers where the deliberative body is, I don't think you should have any cheerleading in there.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Stanton, welcome to the show. Looks like you're on a phone.
You want me?
Yeah, well, just chit chatting.
Oh, okay. Dwaru. Hey, what I'm hearing about Dwaru is so big, my people. I will advise everyone leaving Liberia, you go with your person, return with your person. On that note, I rest my case. Samuel L. Jackson, the Fanti Basso man. Hey. Wahala. The former deputy minister that got fired because we beat his government, Minister Asedo. Minister Asedo is in the house. Minister Asedo, you will never get a job in this government for 6 more years, except you repent. If you repent, probably will consider you. Probably.
Repent?
Yes. You have to repent from all your attack.
Yeah, more than a Catholic church.
You have to confess your sin to the priest. And you know who the priest, right?
Stunner, if it only left with you long time, I'm appointing this government. But we are good.
That's true. I say I'm gonna advocate for you. You're a good man. You need a job. But you say you don't want to work, so that's fine. You'll make a lot of money. So it's okay.
You make money.
But we have the young ambassador, the incoming ambassador, Prince Maxwell. Prince with a T, Maxwell.
Nana Wulati, my name is Fonati. Now Wulati.
Oh, I forget Fonati. Wait for your time. Prince Fonati. So that's you got a speaker name. I heard that the speaker is in America, by the way. The speaker of the travel. And Fonati travel, we'll discuss that later. I want to welcome everyone. We have our guest tonight, Roland Lafayette Giddens. This man got to go to public work and do what he does best. And we're going to question him about his dream, his mission, going to public work. And we also want to say welcome everyone, the good, the bad, the ugly. Here we are, one family. Above it all, Liberia remains supreme. It's good to have you, especially seeing my brother Eduardo. I'm so happy. Dr. Richardson, I'm so happy. and and the rest of the squad. But something is trending. We're going to bring our brother Roland shortly. The president of the Republic of Liberia have made additional appointments. Among those appointments, the only takeaway for me is the appointment of General Prince C. Johnson as defense minister. Among those appointments, that's my takeaway. You can have your own, but General Prince C. Johnson was excellent. And also to elevate the Deputy Chief of Staff to Deputy Defense Minister, the lady, excellent. And we are
excellent.
On this one.
Excellent.
We are giving to Joseph Yuma Bwaka, or President Bwaka make a very, very unique appointment because the security portion and the wise night in making those decisions, we must appreciate. Even as though when I say friend tonight on those two appointments. Because as though today he sent me a video that the people are demonstrating. I don't know why. I said, what happened? He said the military women are demonstrating. I said, so what? And he was about to celebrate. He was about to celebrate. But in the process of time, man, Joseph Bwaka make Prince C. Johnson defense minister. And now former defense minister Zanga is ambassador designated. We're going to read those appointments. But that's another issue happening, Eduardo. Let's lay some ground rules and talk about the issue. Why was Sarah Beslow Nyanti confirmation, why was it postponed? Why was it postponed? It's because of the cry I heard Dr. Richardson talking about. Why those former dignitaries and senators and ambassadors, why they took the seat of these current senators? To me, it was like insurrection. Maybe it's too big of a word, but the senators supposed to come in to do the confirmation hearing, right, Mohammed?
Sure.
Then the guy said, "When took the senator to the seat." I saw Ambassador Yemlo. I said, "Yemlo, you forgot something? You are not senator no more." I saw the rest of them looking at the senator then coming in, and they still sitting down. I mean, they dishonor that space. And I want them to listen. This is not the George Manawia government. And I will ask Diamond to please get the clip ready. Let's just show the clip. Why they took the senator seat? Now, let's talk about it briefly and talk about why today Sarah Beslow Nyanti confirmation didn't go through. Why? What are some of the questions that folks are asking? And we are privileged to announce that we have the document of Sarah Beslow Nyanti. Thank God to the group that are doing the investigation. Some of them share it with us. We are so happy. Our sources gave us more information. When I look at those information, I'm not seeing any transcript. So let's get into it. Let's get into our usual business. Mr. Dwalu and the people. Well, my brother, you're doing extremely well. You're working so hard. But one of the greatest mistakes my sister made is to leave you in Liberia. She shouldn't have. But that's not my business. I'll talk to my sister later. Talk to me.
Yeah, look, these appointments will be made by President.
You see, the man bypassed my last comment. He bypassed my last comment. He's going to this appointment.
Regarding Sarah Beslow Nyanti, and that's the question. Correct? Or
No,
is it a different question?
No. I said the greatest mistake my sister made to leave in Liberia. But
I'm not in Liberia. I'm not in Liberia, in your studio. Anyways, like I was saying before, look, these appointments will be made, but since I slightly disagree with you regarding Prince C. Johnson, I think it's a very young man. He stay in the army. We spend a lot of money on this young man. He should be serving the Liberian people, not to get retired. Now we have to pay him for the rest of his life. I don't agree with that. But again, like I said, this will be beyond my pay grade. We understanding why that decision was taken. But let's go to.
Look, let me correct you. You said you got to pay him for the rest of his life.
He's retired. Yeah.
He's a defense minister, though.
No, once.
Yeah,
he got appointed. But listen, Stanton, he's less than 50 years old. Less than 50 years old. Honorable Bwaka's tenure is 6 years. Let's assume Honorable Bwaka fires him, for example. You have to pay him for the rest of his life. Now, I'm not saying he's not fit for the position. This is not my argument. My argument is we spend a lot of money on him to train him. He has to give the people sufficient time. The man must be retired closer to 65 years old. This is way too early. So we need him much longer in the military. Remember now, once he's retired, he cannot be returned. So it's just something that I think is kind of goes against the country, if you ask me.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to take one more person before we bring in the public work guest in the road and cadence. Dr. Richardson. Let everyone have 30 seconds on this. Just your intro real quick. Dr. Richardson.
So that according to what the foreign chair Dylan said, that it was a breach of security, and I believe there has to be some security measures put in place so that the senators should feel protected. I don't know what was put in place, but these are open public hearing from what I understand. So I expect the public to be there. I believe that Liberians are evolving, which means that we no longer can just let hearing happen and so say one, so say all. We are at the place where people want to attend. They want to be a part of the process. And if that is the case, we have to consider where these hearings are held. I believe that the Senate, I think people had concern about the crowd that she brought. I don't have any problem with it as long as the crowd respect a designated area. They can celebrate and cheer all they want, but in the space where the hearing will be held, I think people should respect that. It should be formal. It should be like a job interview. Someone often described those hearings as. So I think it should be changed to a different space that will allow the accommodation of people to be able to witness or even participate, if that's how the format is.
Thank you very much, Mame.
I mean, before that confirmation, I had asked the Senate to see reason to put in place a policy or a guideline on how people go for confirmation. Confirmation is going for a job interview. I mean, obviously you have family members and friends who will go to provide moral support. But when you rally people from the street, get cultural troops, and give devil to go to the capital to prove what? I think it's a form of intimidation. It was intended to intimidate the senators, to subdue them into doing something that they probably did not want to do. There is a serious issue about credential that you need to address. Gio Dewo doesn't address credential issues. You know?
Why are you laughing, man?
But let's put it that way. Gio Dewo doesn't address credential issues. The only issue around anti-Sarah is this credential issue. I mean, level of experience, the place you work, no question. So you go into the capital, you take a group of cultural dancers, you take Dewo and put it in the street. Those are not things that can address credential issues. Go there and speak to the concerns that people are having. So this is just an example. I think the Senate need to put in place regulations. You can go there, sit in the chamber. If the space is not sufficient, the rest of the people remain across the fence. This is not a petitioning ceremony. You can go to the Senate to go and petition. But when you go in for a job interview, it's not a petitioning ceremony. They should stop it. Otherwise, you will see several other appointees rally people from the street, put them in trucks, take them to the Capitol building, and just disrupt the place.
Got a point.
You should start to be different. You don't do that for confirmation hearing. It should be a civilized, quiet environment where you defend and explain how you go and solve problems. People give their way in the street to be dancing culture.
Thank you.
Have questions about credential issues.
Thank you very much. So let's do this. Let me show some of this picture. There you go. Who are these folks sitting? These are not senators.
Now you see Nyinambu. He himself has credential issues. Is it a solidarity?
Oh boy.
These are not senators.
Yeah,
These are not senators.
That's serious credential issue. And hopefully President Boga can appoint. I challenge him to put PhD on a credential when he goes in for confirmation if he's appointed. I challenge him to do so.
But why is he in the senator's seat though?
So you see this? Who are these folks? Who are these folks?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is very concerning. This is very concerning.
Yeah.
This is very, very concerning. Who are these folks? I mean, we just want you guys to understand that you cannot disrespect, man, the upper chamber. You cannot.
Yes, I agree.
This is bad. People from outside just, y'all know this guy. Y'all know them. You see that?
Oh wow.
I mean, you see why the glass is in the back. You can put your folks there. You can arrange it properly and let your folks sit there. They brought in moral support. You can put them over there. And, you know, but for us to sit down and allow, you know, where you expect a senator to sit down at? Where? These people are coming in to do the confirmation hearing. Where you expect them to sit? This is not right, folks. I mean, these gentlemen and ladies should be ashamed of themselves. So I just want us to just briefly discuss this and move on, because Mambe has said it all. You know, the next time you'll be bringing culture troop in that place with drum, and dancing die. The next time, that's what will happen. So I think the chairman on foreign affairs, Dillon, he was quite correct. We'll postpone this. Yeah, real quick, Minister Doe, you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, I wanted to have my opinion. I've not had. I mean, I disagree with some things. I know it will be a little shocking today, but there are things we do. Or allow me to first say hi.
Allow me to welcome Roland. While the rest of you guys can do your closing, let me welcome Roland. Welcome to the show. And, you know, it's good to have you as always. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear us?
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Yes, I'm hearing you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So I said we'll go with you, and those of you that have not spoken, then we'll come to the Minister Destiny.
Okay, right. So as I'll say, let me quickly. I got a few things on the split here. Let me say, you know, one of the things that I've made Spoon Talk is the individual respect for each other. It's a place where you come to share your own knowledge on what you know and you talk about it. I thought, you know, there were a few things on yesterday, people shouting around the place, you lie, especially those people who don't even understand anything that is going on. I thought it was disrespectful. We have to respect each other. Even if the person is, if you think this person is lying, it's okay. You can come in and talk your thing and, you know, convince the people. But that thing of yelling, you lie, I thought it shouldn't be. It's disrespectful. We just have to respect each other. The second one I want to talk about very quickly is the issue of few things that have been talked about. I hope we'll talk about those today. One, the WIAC issue. The state governor of Liberia did not pay WIAC fees. We listened to the country's head from WIAC. He said that all. Hope we talk about that. As well as, you know, this is one place people will be shocked. Maybe some of my CDC brothers and sisters will feel a little disappointed. I'm not in a position to defend anything from the Unity Party. I'm not with the Unity Party. As far as I don't consider myself as opposition kind, we want to ensure we do the right thing for Liberia. You know, I have never gotten into this issue of education and book and things. I don't like to get into it because I believe when you see the person by their output, you know if they're educated or not, and not just someone who holds the big people. I wanted to talk about Sarah a little bit. I don't know her. I've never spoken to her. I don't know anybody that know her. I know nothing about her. But I did a little bit of.
But let's get to Sarah issue. I say help us to just do a brief summary on your intro because this is intro. We gotta talk to Roland. Once he leave, we'll talk about all the other issue. Okay.
Right. So the Sarah issue now. I don't know her. Sarah has been nominated by the president to represent Liberia outside in the international world. If you have started and look at what she has done, for my understanding, throughout her career, has been representing in another form Liberia to the international world. That means those she will be engaging are those she has been engaging throughout. So, in as much as I've always disagreed with the Unity Party, in my personal view, Sarah is one of the most qualified persons that His Excellency this president has appointed.
So let's get to the Sarah again. I know you get one of the deepest admiration for Sarah. I want to pause you briefly, just do a 30-second summary. We'll talk about Sarah a lot. We have all the document. We'll do it. So let me go to Sam. You spoke already. Let me bring in Prince Maxwell.
No, I haven't spoken yet.
Oh, I thought, okay. Can you adjust your camera, Uncle Sam?
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yes, you're good. So go ahead, your 30 seconds.
Look, first of all, Stanton, I don't come here to show how educated I am, or how brilliant I am, or how much money I have, or how great I am. That's not my intention. Anybody who does that is not brilliant, doesn't have any money, doesn't have any character. Yesterday, I mentioned a simple thing that I did a 25-page paper. It was not even a 25-page paper. It was a 43-page paper. And then the young man, Mame, said, I bet you, Sam will never send that paper. I tell you, Sam will never send the paper. So I went into my files. I sent the paper to Stanton and others. And this little kid, Mame, his first instinct was, your name is not on it. That's what he told Stanton. Okay? Your name is not on it. That's what he told Stanton. I mean, there is no consultant who writes a paper who is proprietary, owned by an entity, and puts his name on it. If he does not apologize to me tonight, Stanton, he will have trouble with me. He needs to apologize because he was the one that initiated to say, I bet you he will never send the paper. I didn't say I wanted to send the paper. I just mentioned the paper. And he said, I will never send the paper. How can you talk to somebody like me, a global expert in economics, who produced the 17 Sustainable Development Goals for 2 years working with the UN system, who wrote all of Liberia's chronicling of socio-economic progress over the last 20 years?
Thank you, Sam.
How can you talk to me like that?
Thank you, Sam Johnson. Thank you. It's good.
Let me tell you something.
Sam, we'll come there. Your 30-second intro finished now. Let's move on.
But we need to settle it, Stanton. We need to settle
it right now. We will settle it later.
He apologizes to me, or we take it to another level.
Okay, but Sam, you will not disrupt the show. When we get to that conversation, we'll discuss it. Thank you for your 30-second intro.
You should acknowledge that I sent the paper to you, Stanton. I did send the paper to you.
It's okay.
Acknowledge that I sent the paper to you.
It's okay. Prince Maxwell.
Yeah. Hi to all panelists and our distinguished listeners and the people in Liberia, in Radio Learning Liberia. Today's a good day. I'm happy about today because Madam Beslow showed up today. She showed up with confidence, with sincerity, with focus, and with a porous calm. Now, I do appreciate and respect the Honorable Senator Dillon for what he did today. As chair on the Committee on Foreign Affairs, he made the best decision today, and that decision was not in any way against Madam Beslow. It was to establish and sanctify the chambers of the Senate. In the past few days, that particular chamber held few confirmation hearing, and it was appropriately conducted. Now, to all those who went to support Madam Beslow, thank you all for showing up. It's okay, but next time we should figure out how to appropriately conduct ourselves so as we can have a better confirmation hearing. The good thing is, on today, Senator Dillon announced that as you already know, that the confirmation hearing of Madam Beslow is postponed to Monday. So it's a good thing. So we can all work together to make this a possibility. And then we can talk about the little things in between. But today was a perfect day for everybody else. I don't think Madam Beslow or anyone else took people there. It's a regular thing in Liberia where people go and show support. It's just that we need to properly organize support in the next time. That's all it is.
Thank you very much. Glendy?
Hello, everybody. Hello to the Honorable Destiny, Minister of Public Works. It is good to be here today. My only opening comments will be in reference to, we saw another angle of the video of President Boyka. I hope that the national security, they are still investigating, because that anchor today appeared like the person was the act was premeditated. It was something that he went to do there. It wasn't an ordinary hawk. So we will be listening to hearing from the investigation, whatever they found out, what's happening to the case. If there's even a case, we'll be listening until to what they found out. And I'm just happy to be here. I don't have anything else to comment. I think everybody has said a little bit of everything. Looking forward to the discussion with the minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Dexter Roland Lafayette Giddens. Welcome to Spoon Talk again. It's good having you. Like always, you are not stranger to this program, and we appreciate. I can announce the second batch of appointments out. If you want to see through, go to the Executive Mansion page on Facebook, the second batch of appointment. Francis Sakala, nominee Minister of Internal Affairs. Richard Gaffron, Director General, Legis. John Sharuk Siafa, City Mayor. Eric Gilbert Jane Judges, Deputy Minister for Technical Services, Minister of Public Work. Exactly where you come in, Roland. We want to say Mr. Smoker Donan, Deputy Minister for Administration, Minister of Public Work. Ms. Justilia Tapla, Deputy Minister for Rural Development and Community Services, Minister of Public Work. Ms. Laura Golaike, Deputy Minister for Gender, Minister of Gender. Mr. Frederick Cooper, Deputy Minister for Administration, Gender Ministry. Ms. Gamen Topa, Deputy Minister for Children and Social Protection, Minister of Gender. Mr. Curtis Dolly, Deputy Minister for Research, Public and Planning, Minister of Gender. Ms. Tibet Myers Glay, Assistant Minister for Administration, Minister of Gender. Ms. Josephine Greaves, Assistant Minister of Children, Social Protection. Madam Ophelia Kennedy, Assistant Minister for Gender and Children. These nominations were applicable as subject to confirmation by the Liberia Senate. Meanwhile, the Liberia leader has appointed Ms. Masakwa M. Kamara as officer in charge of the Robert International of the Robert International Airport. This appointment takes immediate effect. Again, this is Kola Bona Niyet Fofana, Presidential Press Secretary. The appointment that came prior to this appointment, we saw the first appointment 2 hours ago and come in this appointment. So as we all understand, appointment continues, more names will be up, and we will be discussing the issue thereafter. Welcome to the show, Mr. Giddens. It's always good to have you.
Thank you for having me. Happy to be here tonight.
We are looking at all these different appointments. You're going to be replacing, if confirmed, Ruth Coker Collins at the Public Work Ministry for a lot of trouble, a lot of issues that is surrounding Ruth, issues about misappropriation, issues about quality. When you talk about the roles and money that was spent, give us some understanding how you intend to rebrand the Public Work Ministry to bring some credibility, Mr. Giddens.
Okay, so let me say thank you for having me again on the show tonight. I'm excited to be here. And I also want to extend appreciation to Her Excellency Ambassador Joseph Newman Walker for selecting me to be Minister of Public Works. And of course, I know when I go through the process of confirmation that will happen. So, but let me just give an overview of where we are as a country in terms of our road network. In 2006, when the government took over, the Unity Party-led government by Manas Salif, it was established that majority of our road network was in very deplorable conditions. Now, even the ones that were paved with asphalt, or what we call normally in our Liberian pitch in Kota, is very terrible. There was time where people took almost 6-7 hours from Monrovia to Buchanan, and also 6-7 hours from Monrovia to Ganta. These were corridors that were paved with asphalt. But it was because of the lack of maintenance and also because of the crisis. So one of the things that she did right away was to proceed with going into finding a way to address the situation. And that which she did was to speak to donors partners to come in and provide emergency support for trying to rehabilitate some of these corridors. And so that started with rehabilitating the corridor between Monrovia and Bikiana, and also Monrovia. And I can say when that happened, it took a lot of support because by then we had, problem with fiscal space to invest as a country because of the debt burden we had. We had $4.7 billion as debt burden to be able to support that. No country wanted to give us any loan. There was no credibility about what we could look into to finance our infrastructure, so it became a problem. And that came out of the PRS consultations that road was key to anything we wanted to do as a country to support healthcare, to support education, to also support agriculture, to support just business transaction across the country. And so road became a priority. And since 2006, road continued to become a priority. So before the government left, we had paved up to 745 kilometers of roads. And these were not very new roads. These are roads that were rehabilitated. Of course, they were existing corridors, but they needed actual complete pavement from base coast up to the asphalt layer, which is the surfacing of the roads, and that is the carriageway. And so we're able to invest in two major corridors. That's from Monrovia to Buchanan and up to Ganta, the Guinean border. But that was not sufficient. When we have this support from the Americans to also look at supporting infrastructure in terms of energy and roads, the Millennium Challenge Corporation did a study earlier to identify what was the binding constraint on our economy. And of course, that also showed roads and energy. So roads continue to be our priority. Now, I'm one of those who also participated in a lot that has to do with supporting our infrastructure development. I went into the president delivery unit from the LRDC secretary, from the economic management team into the president delivery unit, which was responsible to troubleshoot big projects, roads, energy, seaports, and airports, and to be able to raise resources for them, to be able to also troubleshoot them where there are issues about partner support and all of what we should do as a government in terms of our support, whether it's for counterpart funding, whether it was some kind of precondition we had to meet to support the development of our road infrastructure. I play a very major role in that. And when we got to the point where there was a need now to begin looking into other corridors, the growth constraint analysis showed that we had key economic corridors, and those were Real Light to Guinea border, Banga to Vanjuma up to Minicoma, Fuya, Minicoma, and then from Ganta to Grangida up to Maryland. So the strategy was, okay, so how do we begin to do this? We need to now look at how we can invest in our road network from different perspectives. So we, of course, we are part of the West African Infrastructure Development Program, which look at both energy and roads. And so there's something you call the Trans-West African Highway that must come into Liberia, to Guinea, Sierra Leone, and also go back into Ivory Coast. So Malateli thought that we needed to invest from different angles. So the point was, let's start to do some investment from the Southeast. So through the African Development Bank support, we started paved road from the Southeast. That is from Harper up to River G, which is paved currently. And the point was, as we are moving towards Ganta to the Guinea border, then we start to branch towards a Grangida into River G, which will connect us to the Southeast. And that project started. And today you can ride from Harper up to River G. There's pavement taking place now from River G to Kilibo. And we have commitment from the African Development Bank to lock up Kilibo up to Johnstown and into, of course, Grangida Zweju. Now, when you look at the corridor between Ganta up to Tapeta, we have pavement currently taking place between Ganta to Tapeta, that is Ganta to Saclipie, Saclipie to Tapeta. We have also commitment under the SECRAM to pave the road from Tapeta up to Tostown and Tostown to Zweju. So I can safely say tonight that if we work in a kind of consolidated way as a government, and with all that we need to do, put in all the energy, meet all the preconditions, we have funding to pave up to Zweju. So it's very possible that by 2028, 2029, we could have Liberians driving from Monrovia through Ganta up into the Southeast on paved road asphalt. Now, the issue of, the rest of the road, we have about 13,000 kilometers of road. So to date, we've only paved 1,131 kilometers, which leave us with almost 11,000 plus 12,000 kilometer roads. If you segregate what the road looks like, we have about 2,500 kilometers of secondary roads. Out of that, we've only paved 12 kilometers. So that's the you're left with 338 kilometers of road in the secondary category, which are roads that also lead to primary and up into villages. We also have a big portion of feeder roads.
Can we interrupt you a little bit?
Yeah, please.
Can we interrupt you a little bit? We understand you give us all the different information on roads and statistic on your own projection, because once confirmed, you have a lot of work to do. Let's just allow us to ask you some questions. My first question will go around the table. Yeah, thank you. Alex Coffey, welcome to the show. Because we'll be spending an hour with you. Allow us to ask you some serious questions. President Boyka promised 100 days. In 100 days, he promised some roads development. Can you bring us up to speed, though you are not yet confirmed, will this happen in the next 90 days left?
Okay, so look, we've been doing some work prior to the pronouncement by the president that no car should get stuck in primary corridors, and he said major corridors. So the major corridors where vehicles usually get stuck is between Ganta up to Zweju up to Fishtown, Salaye now, because we've paid from Banga to Salaye up to Vonjima up to Foya up to Minikoma. Buchanan, that is from Grand Bassa to Cester Junction, ITI into Greenville. Those are the major corridors. So one of the things that we've done for us is that we've identified companies with the capacity that are working within these corridors. And because of the timing, it's very short to be able to do all of this process, going through our procurement and all of that to be able to invest in these corridors is going to be a lot more difficult. So we've identified critical spots in all of the corridors. So for example, between Salaye to Vonjima, say for example, like we have already identified about 10 critical spots. The thing about the road where a vehicle gets stuck, it may not be the entire corridor, just few sections. That's where you get vehicle stuck. So once you're able to deal with the critical spot, you can take care of that. So we've identified all of the spots already. And the intent is to get a company in there, not to engage the entire corridor, but to deal with the critical spot, bring them up to par with the other parts of the road, so that you have flexibility.
Yeah, we have a minute. Let me ask you my second question. When the president was speaking, did he say critical spot?
Okay, so no, I'm saying critical spot because the time we have to deal with that is not sufficient with all the corridor. You're talking about 1,013 kilometers of road.
Understand now.
The corridor that we need to do.
I have to understand. We got to push you on this, because to me, I know you get a job. You are very, very good. There's no relationship here for the sake of the Labrador people. Were there any, condition laid out by President Jose Nyima Boyka, or did he just say in 100 days X, Y, and Z will happen? I'm asking you. You are the technical guy coming in as director now, but he didn't put any condition though. He openly said there will be these things will happen in 100 days, correct?
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. So what he said was that no car will get stuck in the mud. So the point I'm making is on a corridor that's 100 kilometers, it's very possible that out of the 100 kilometers, 15 kilometers may be terrible. And that's where car gets stuck. So if we're able to bring up to pliability with the other parts of the corridor, then car won't get stuck. And that is what he said. So our approach to that first would be to deal with the critical spots to allow the road to be pliable. The focus is that during the rain season, no car should get stuck in the mud. And so our approach to that would be, let's deal with the critical spot first. And the companies are aware. That is how we designed the project that we have now for taking care of that. Because the outcome, the ample performance of the contract that we're giving is that no car gets stuck in the mud. So let's deal with the spots that are critical, the spots where vehicle gets stuck. If you look on some of the corridors, sometimes vehicles stay in some of those spots, just like some of the 500 meters, some 300 meters, very small spots, not long enough, but because it is so terrible in terms of the nature of the soil. Some of the soils are clay, and because of the fact that we have not had a proper overtime functional maintenance program. And the reason why that happened, you can remember in 2000, before 2006, there was sanction on Liberia. Most of our road during the crisis were being maintained by logging companies. The sanction on law stopped the companies from maintaining the road. So by 2005, during the interim period, we never had that. So I'm saying
we got to make it
the
short because we are 11 on the show tonight. We got to give everybody a chance. Just get to the answer, point it, and we'll give you a chance to answer. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson, Mohammed, former Minister Isaac, Dwalu, Sam Jackson, Ellis Coffey, Prince Maxwell, so we can bring England back. Dr. Richardson, your question to the Minister Destinate.
Yeah, Mr. Minister Destiny, thank you for coming on Spoon tonight. I hope you have a pleasant time here with us.
I will.
Of course, Kidman Road is always on my mind. I didn't hear you mention Kidman Road as one of the roads that will get stuck in, but I'll move on to my question. I've been traveling to Liberia over the past maybe 10, 15 years, back and forth. And so one of the road that I have traveled on the most would be Rowfield Road, the road to Rowfield Highway, back and forth. It's always been a scary experience for me. It's dark. The road wasn't completed recently when I was just there, I believe October. So my question to you, can you elaborate or explain the ministry role? Because you've been in the ministry for a while now, since Judy Moore time. How did you guys go about awarding our IA road contract to a firm like East International that had little or no experience in road construction? You were there. So can you elaborate or explain to us how did this happen?
So let me say this. We did not, when we were at the Ministry of Public Works, we did not award an asphalt contract to East. The RIA contract was never awarded to East by the Unity Party-led government administration when we had Public Works. No. What East was awarded was rigid pavement contract to do concrete in community roads, which of course they had the expertise to do that. They've done some work in different places. On a gate town, they did a concrete pavement there, which was very good work. And also they did something, the Smart Road, which was an example of what they could do. So that was the justification of the technical capacity to be able to do concrete work. So the contract East had was to do community roads and of course, rigid pavement, which we call concrete. It was the last government that thought they needed to change that contract into a asphalt contract, which I felt was not the right thing to do because it did not have the capacity to do concrete asphalt road. They've never done that in Liberia before. They've never done that anywhere. So we who have never given East a contract to do asphalt pavement. So I can speak for the past government. I think the decision at the time was not good. And this is why when the project started, you could see that they struggled to get the project ready off. But I think it's doing good now because they were able to sublease a company, China Railway 5. This is a company that paved the road from Harper to Kalukan, and they did a very good pavement. So they subcontracted them now, and they are part of what they're doing. And I think the project now is taking phase, and it looks good for now. But once we get to the ministry, we definitely try to just look at some of the bottlenecks. There's still some issue with it, and make sure the project get ended because the last government, went ahead and gave East the contract without the capacity to do asphalt road.
Thank you for being honest and responding to my question, which is exactly what I feel like East didn't have the experience or the capacity to build such an important road like the RIA. So you confirmed that, that they didn't have the experience. But speaking about that, you mentioned Smart Road. How were these roads that were awarded to East, like Smart Road, how are they selected to be awarded? Like Smart Road, the road Tinker Village that lead to your house, do you think they were awarded based on personal interest?
Well, no, if you say lead to my house, then that's not right. If you say lead into the community where I stay, then you are right. And that's what happened. But however, that road that leads into my community where I stay connects to Duper Road. Duper Road GSA junction, and the intent was for us to do a bypass. In fact, people use that now in the community to come into the community when there's traffic on the RI corridor. So that road was identified as a key attribute to connect the community or to connect this side of the community when there are traffics for along the rehab community, along the EAW, and most time people use that corridor. So it is a road that come into the community where I stay, not specifically to my house, because the road that come to my house is still dirt road. And my house is very far from even the road that's paved. But it was identified by the ministry as a key corridor to reduce traffic when there's traffic. So you can use that road from Duper Road GSA Junction, and just bypass the entire rehab, and then you find yourself somewhere around Baptist Seminary. So it was done because of the kind of comfort that it's bring when there's traffic in such corridor. The one, the Smart Road, of course, Smart Road was a very terrible road, a very big community with a lot of residents in that community. It was identified as pilot project. So that project was done out of a competitive bidding process. In fact, his Double Jada, who is currently the boss for LRA, confirmed today, was the head of PPCC. And everybody knows Double Jada with his integrity as to how he deal with his project awards and making sure they are done properly before you get no objection. So that project, I mean, went through the entire procurement cycle, and it was certified and awarded based on the competence that it provided. And at the time, these were the only company that had the experience to have done a rigid pavement. If you have gone on the Oro Gaetan community, there is a concrete rigid pavement that is there. That was done by the county, the district 10, the late Judas Barron. He was the representative there. It was for the county development fund, and they did that road. And it was it is still a very good concrete rigid pavement road. So when we went through the bidding process, they were the only company that have shown the capacity to build concrete road. And of course, with that, PPCC would definitely give the no objection for the road to be constructed. That was the process that was done. Yeah.
Thank you. Mommy not here.
You want me to go on though?
You want me to go on?
Oh yeah, mommy's here.
I'll be leaving soon today, unfortunately, in 15 minutes. So, Mr. Giddens, congratulations for your preferment. If
Thank you
don't succeed at the Ministry of Public Works, I'll be very surprised. Having followed you over the years, you're one of the person I just, for some reason, just believe you succeed. I think you know where you're going. You know exactly the problem you're about to face. You have the solutions all in your head. You got a plan to do it. The only thing that will stand between you and that is the resources to get it done. And I'm sure
exactly
you definitely did succeed. I can't scratch my head on that. So congratulations. During the middle of the campaign, we saw a press release from the Ministry of Finance that the African Development Bank has committed some money to building the road between Grand Bassa and River Cess. I mean, the African Development Bank came back and clarified that they didn't provide any such commitment. So I wanted to ask you on the show, is there any plan to connect Grand Bassa to River Cess since the earlier pronouncement by the government, by the African Development Bank, turned out to be a fake announcement? Is there any plan to connect that stretch of road? That would be my first question.
Yeah, so when we were at the Ministry of Public Works, we got support from the European Union, and they did a pre-feasibility studies, and that was for the coastal highway. So the coastal highway was supposed to leave from Grand Bassa into River Cess, to ITI Junction, up to Sino, up to Barclayville. And that's about a little over 500 kilometers. So the study was done, pre-feasibility studies. It was completed by the European Union, and I'm sure if we had continued, the last 6 years, by now we have gotten EU support for such project to begin doing that. So this is something that we're going to re-engineer. I'm very sure the European Union will be very committed to doing this. They did the feasibility studies. Most time, once they put their money into feasibility studies, you can go back to them and begin to look at that section per section. So that is divided into like 3 different lots. And of course, the coastal highway, it is our project. We design it. We name it the coastal highway. And so this is something that would definitely pick up. We need anywhere around 500 million. And I'm sure we can get the 500 million to do that within 6 years. It's possible to start it. It's not going to end, but I'm sure we can get some serious commitment to do that. So we're going to engage all the partners. The European Union, again, will go back to them to complete the full feasibility studies and design, and I'm sure they will put some money on the table. We bring some integrity to the Ministry of Public Works. We bring some integrity to the road fund. I was one of those who worked on the road fund. I headed the reform committee at the Ministry of Public Works when we saw transition from the road fund, then transition to the road authority. So I know the kind of commitment we had from partners to support the road fund. The road fund has the potential to raise even up to $80-90 million every year. We are now using only one source, and it's petroleum, and just two portions of that, gasoline, I'm sure, and diesel. So we need to also look at opening the other potentials in the road fund. So yes, this is something that we will definitely get on, because the coastal highway is our project. Yes, we will.
Thank you. That's okay. Next question.
Go ahead, Isaac.
How you doing, Mr. Giddens, Minister Designate? Thank you. Then let me say congratulations in your nomination to be Liberia's next Public Works Minister. I appreciate the fact that you started outside of politics, although you tried to jump into the politics of the land a little bit, wherein you recounted all of the commitments that are already on the books. It does seem to me that your work, let's start a little easier for the fact that you have something already there being committed for you to start, especially where you talked about some funding commitment being there for the road network from River G as far as Grand Jita. And I thought that's a good thing. Thank you for acknowledging that, especially giving that kudos to the former minister and, of course, the former president as well. I have just two questions I wanted to ask you. I am sure you must have gone through some notes, understanding of things from the public works for the fact that you've mentioned all of these. During the President's State of the Nation address, he mentioned some negotiation with the Japanese for the expansion of the Freeport to, how you call that, Gabriel Road, the expansion of that. Have you heard of any commitment already on the books around the tune of 20 million from the Japanese government for that same project? Do you have any knowledge of that at all?
Oh yes, exactly. In fact, today I met the Japanese representative in Liberia. The commitment is there. They're going to do from Gabriel Beach to Freeport. Hopefully by the 13th or 15th of this month, we will be signing the grant agreement. The Minister of Foreign Affairs will be signing the grant agreement. Right now, we're doing the exchange of note verbal between the two governments. So yes, I had a meeting with the Japanese today. There's that commitment. And we are also going to be asking them, I know it's not on the table yet, but to do, another feasibility studies that will take us from Freeport up to the Simple Bridge. But I'm going to ask them to extend it, to go beyond Hotel Africa, maybe 6 kilometers beyond, so that we're able to do something better. It's like you see the roundabout to Hotel Africa. We want to be able to do that and turn it into something that could be a little static. So yes, the Japanese have committed that amount for the first portion, and there will be, conversation to see how far we can go beyond that. So yes, we have that commitment.
Yeah. Thank you. And my second question, I understand commitment does not mean the money is there, but the fact that that discussion has been held.
Well, we are signing the grant agreement. We are signing the grant agreement. So when we sign the grant agreement, that means it's available.
It only shows this is one of the many, little mistakes that the folks from the United Party, informations that are now right that they gave the president, because during the president's sona, it sounded as if the negotiation would be starting when that has already happened. But let me go to the second question. I know the president spoke, and something tried asking, I just wanted to get your recommitment on this. The president spoke of no car getting stuck in the mud across the length and breadth of Liberia. Is that a commitment we can still hold on to?
Well, yes, the president said no car will get stuck in the mud in major corridors. Yes, we are committed to that. It's a difficult task, I can say so, okay, because of the period in terms of the rain, but we're going to get on that. And we already have the plan to proceed. And I hope that we can, my confirmation should be next week. I hope that we can get confirmed so we get on the road right away to begin to do that, because we already have the plan and we know how to do that. We've negotiated with contractors in those corridors that are ready to get on to begin doing the work that we need to do. And Estado asked me about the approach, and I was just talking about the approach. That the first thing would be to deal with the critical spots, because you can get the road up to pliability. May not be a perfect road in terms of smooth as it should be when you do a regular road through the regular dry season period. But the intent is to ensure that we can make it pliable, and we have the strategy to do that. I'm committed to that. The president has said that it is a policy statement, and we take that seriously. So yes, we are committed to that, and I can assure you that we will do our best to make sure that happen. And his statement he made become a reality. Sure.
Thank you.
Prince?
Yeah, Mr. Giddens, how do you do, sir?
Prince, how are you?
I'm welcome. I'm good. I'm good. Welcome, and then congratulations on your preferment. Like Mommy stated,
Thank you.
I do trust your ability. Um, so I won't say much about that because I trust in your ability. So I'll just go straight to the question. On the issue of no car getting stuck in the mud, I will ask you, are you the the key policy maker designate of President Boakai going into the public works ministry?
Well, of course, if I'm the minister designate, so anything that has to do with policy making as to how we proceed at the Ministry of Public Works, yes, I am.
Wonderful. The reason why I asked that question is because you have concretized the idea of no car stuck in the mud in major corridors, because that is your responsibility to inform the Liberian people exactly on what the president stated. So I just want to make that absolutely clear.
Sure.
My second point to you is I understand and I know fully well that the road infrastructure is capital intensive, it's labor intensive, and it's research intensive. And the president has made a 100-day deliverable promise. My question to you is, do you think that the road infrastructure, all of the issues you explained here, including the preconditions that will have to meet, the negotiations and everything else, and the re-engagement of our partners, do you think the road infrastructure development should be part of that 100 days or outside of that 100 days to give it time to grow and implementation to be fully skilled as you have always done in the past?
Okay, look, so what we have is we have, of course, short-term, medium to long-term investment in the road infrastructure. The short-term investment is to try to reduce the kind of burden that our people go through during the rain. So we've challenged ourselves as a government to say, let's make sure that no car gets stuck in the mud. So the way we are proceeding, even with the contracting, we are changing the contracting. We're going to use what you call output-based performance contract with contractors and big contractors who are in the corridor. That means the output of the contract is no car gets stuck in the mud. So they have to be in the corridor throughout. Even during the rains, they will have gang of equipment and workers in the corridors for 2 years. So if we say, for example, the corridor between Salaye to Vonjeba, we're giving a 2 years output-based performance contract. That means the contractor is responsible to maintain the corridors in 2 years, all time. So even during the rain, they will have to have set up equipment and workers or employees or laborers on site to make sure to deal with any kind of critical spot that may develop as a result of the rain season. So we're going to do a lot of de-shading, of course. That's part of that. Side-bretching, make sure we have proper drain and build the road and crown it properly to make sure the water is off. Now, even with asphalt road, it's the same thing. All the roads you build do not need water sitting on it. So the best thing you do good drainage. What is a dirt road? What is a we call it gravel or dirt road? Build proper drainage. Make sure the water can not sit on the road. Crown it properly. Do the drain. Do side bretching. Do clearance properly to make sure the road works. And this is a challenge, but the president feels a lot of economic I would say, disaster take place during the rain season because business people want to travel into certain places they cannot. Agriculture, Agriculturist farmers are bringing their product to the market. Sometimes they cannot. The vehicle gets stuck in the mud, and almost all of their goods get rotten because they cannot get to market. The intent is we're going to challenge ourselves to do it. This is something that we said. I've said to the president also that this time we have to be deliberate as a government. It cannot be business as usual. We have to challenge ourselves, and this is what we've done. So I know it sounds strange to people. When the president said no car is going to get stuck in the mud in major corridors, it sounds strange. Yes, because cars have been stuck in the mud almost every rain season. So let's give it a try. And that's why we've come with everything, and we're committed to do that. And we have the strategy in place. Like someone said, once we have the resources available, I can tell you the plans are laid out to do it, and we're definitely going to be able to deal with these corridors and may not have cars getting stuck in the mud during the rain seasons. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Alex?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Hello to my fellow panelists, and hello to the public. Congratulations for your preferment, Mr. Giddings.
Thank you.
I don't know if I have two questions, but I don't think Stanton did the initial thing, and I don't think Mr. Giddings started with introducing himself. He started with all the different roles, but what I'm interested to know before I ask you my two questions is, how long you been at the ministry, because you seem knowledgeable? When that, and what key positions did you hold?
Okay, so I want to go back a little bit. So I came back from school in 2007. And we'll do that quickly. I'll do that quickly. So I came back from school in 2007 and joined the presidency in the LRDC Secretariat. I'm sure you know the LRDC, Alex, which was responsible for the development agenda. I was there as program assistant, and there were four pillars, under the PRS, the IPRS at the time. I was assigned to the infrastructure and business social services pillar. So I was responsible to coordinate all of that which came from the partners and even the sector ministries, specifically the Ministry of Public Works, LEC, and all of the infrastructure agencies. So I did that for 1.5 years. And then I went to the Economic Management Team Secretary to run it for 1.5 years. I did that. And then I was hired through the World Bank competitive process into the President Delivery Unit. Now, the President Delivery Unit was responsible to troubleshoot big projects, or airports, seaports, roads, energy, and all of the big infrastructure projects. So I stayed there for 4 years, understanding the sector, understanding all of the sector, because if I'm about to speak or start to speak about energy project and energy sector, then it's like, okay, you have a lot to know about the other sector. So infrastructure one, 4 years. So 2014, I was appointed as Deputy Minister for administration to the Ministry of Public Works. I stayed 3 years at the Ministry of Public Works. Of course, and with that knowledge, and got involved in almost everything that has to do with looking at project, financing project, doing reforms, making sure we did it properly.
You work with Kofi Woods and who? Which
No, I work with Judy Moore. No, Judy Moore and I, 2014 to 2017. After the election, then we left 2018 January.
So my first question to you then is, these are about bread and butter issues, right? We seem to have a problem with zoning in Liberia. The zoning laws are not respected to the extent that anybody can bathe anywhere, including in the waterways and things like that. So I have noticed that as a result of that, we are not able to demolish houses when they are in the waterway. And I also I had an experience with the ministry, and they're saying that to break houses down it's a human rights issue. You got to go to court and all that stuff. I also noticed that roads are built with no gutters, no coverts, no sidewalk. Dual carryway is a problem. As a result, when the people build in the waterways, because no gutters, the water black, and then the roads, the water overflow on the roads. As the minister, what are you going to do about the zoning laws and these roads that we are building with our gutters and coverts and everything else that is done in other countries?
Okay, so let me say this. On the issue of a road being built with covers, anywhere where there is a water line, you have to put cover. If you do not, then it is a problem. So then, so by rule, if you did that, you establish a water line, you do not put covers for the water to move. So on the issue of zoning, look, I would say this: the president has given a mandate. In fact, he's passionate about the zone on here, and you're going to see a lot of that if I'm confirmed. There's actually going to be demolition of properties that are in the right of way. I know that they are responsible for the resettlement action plan at the Ministry of Public Works, demolition of property along corridors where we build the roads. For example, from the rail line to Guinea border up there, I managed the entire project in terms of resettlement actions. That means paying for properties that were in the right of way. With the World Bank, they'll tell you where you sat down as a government, you allow people to build. We don't want our project to affect these people economically or socially, so you have to pay them even if they're building the road. But with the government in our different cities, you don't have to. We've already identified. You see a lot of marking of properties that are in the right of way. There are places where people intentionally bring their fences, bring their buildings in the road, and looking for space, looking for bigger yard. We're going to do a lot of that. I can assure you, the zoning will be something that is not going to look too good. And I said to the president once, Mr. President, I hope you're ready for this, because when I start to do this, there will be complaints, but we have to relay out the city, and that will happen. I can assure you, Alex, you're going to see a lot of that happening. Okay, I can give you an example. Just somewhere right after the, I think it's after this insurance company, a lot of insurance company somewhere around. I think it's owned by Mr. Uri. There's a road that goes straight to the old road from the total gas station on old road. Someone built their property right on the alley. That house alone blocked an entire road that connects to the boulevard. We will have to move it. So people intentionally did that and believe that the government is not going to move their properties that they built in the alley. I can assure you that you're going to see a lot of that happening. So in the 100 days, the first thing we're doing is under the 100-day program to go out there and do some studies, survey, mark properties that are in the right of way, and they're going to be invited to the Ministry of Public Works, and we say to them, you're in the right of way, and give them time to remove their property by themselves. Some of the properties, you don't have to do full demolition. You can just go ahead and do, a kind of structured demolition by yourself so that your entire property is not brought down. But I can assure you on the issue of zoning and laying out the cities, the president is passionate about that. And not just opening alleys, opening it, making it pliable, and also paving some of the communities' road. Yes, we're going to do that. It's part of the 100 days. You're going to see some changes.
You mean in 100 days, you move all you will all the gutter there and move all the people
No,
from the
we'll
water?
start it.
But
No,
let
I
me ask
said
you,
we'll start that. We'll start marking, and talking to people and giving them time, because you can't just go ahead and demolish people's property like that. As much as it's in the right away, you give them time to relocate. We'll do that. But we'll start that in
yeah,
100 days. Yes.
let me ask you my second question. Even though the people not even respecting the way they can do the land buying, where they say after every 2 acres, then there's a space, all that thing not being respected. I hope you can break. But my second question is, why is it that some of the roads that we can pay in Liberia, why they can break down in 1 or 2 years? Why the road can chakla in 1 or 2 years? Why the road,
Okay,
we pay roads, when the roads pour in 1 or 2 years? What is happening? And that's why I ask you, how long you been at it?
Okay, so let me say this. I know over the last 6 years, I've seen some roads that were built, and in 1 year it deteriorates. So, for example, if you know the
Not
road
only over
that
this
goes,
last 6 years, even in the early government, the road then used to spoil
no,
in 1 or 2 years.
no. In the last in the Unity Party government, there was no road that was done, especially asphalt road, and in 1 year, got terrible. I can say that. If that happens, that because there are two reasons why that happens. and I want to say the first thing, poor quality can be responsible for that. Okay. And poor quality means that the contractor did not do a good role. And there are a lot of things responsible for that. It is not just the contractor, but also the supervisory ministry or the ministers who are responsible for that. They not do a good supervision or tempo with the contractors' money. Sometimes these things happen. And corruption is a part of the sector. And we don't want to run from that. I can tell you, corruption is there. So if for any reason they're funding for a project and the ministry or the ministers at the ministry do not respect themselves, go after the contractors to take the money from them because they feel that if they if they don't do that, the contractor fee, if they don't do that, they may not get a contract or they may not win a contract. But through the competitive bidding process, you can win a contract. You don't have to. And that is why when I was at the Ministry of Public Works, I did a public announcement with contractors and deputy ministers that were there. Minister Mo asked me to do that. We agreed to do that. That nobody have for no reason to give minister or whoever money for any function that he has to perform. And we have to speak to that. So it is a part. Corruption can also be responsible for why poor quality will come. That's one thing. Also, if the road is built properly, but the drainage system does not work, it's a problem. For example, I can give an example. The Corway Road, if you go on the Corway Road now, the Corway Road, there are sections that are still in place, still good, proper, just stay pliable. But there's some sections that are so terrible, big ditches. The reason is, like you said, the zoning issue. There are people who will build closer to where the drainage is. So the thing about asphalt, it does not like water sitting on it. So when it rains and the water sits on the asphalt and there's pressure applied to that, slowly water goes in the asphalt. The asphalt has very small holes, very small seeps, called seeps on it that you may not see with your eye, but it is capable of allowing water inside, especially if there's pressure on it. So the asphalt shouldn't have water sitting on it. And so if the drainage system is not done properly, even if the road is built properly, you see that a road could deteriorate in a very short time. So those are the two reasons why that will happen. I would say first, corruption is a part of that. When you find that the ministries are involved, or the ministry, somebody or the other is involved in that, ministers are not respecting themselves. They are balking the contractors for money, which is a part of why the contractors would not give quality, because if his project is 3 million and he giving you 300,000, you know he's going to get back your 300,000. There's absolutely no way he'll do that project and give you 300,000 and don't get it back. And so you are leading to poor quality. So corruption is also a reason why that will happen. So those are the two reasons: corruption in the system, poor quality, and also good rope or by drainage system.
Thank you very much, Roland. Thank you. Let me bring in Sam Jackson and Glendy. Sam?
Yeah, first of all, Roland, congratulations. I like youth, and you're a young man, and I think you're going to do well. I would have preferred to see an engineer as public works minister. I would love to see an engineer as public works minister, but the Unity Party government has changed this whole thing since I think Willis Knuckles came in, and then he brought in you into the more. But I wish you well. I want you to do a good job. I think you will be successful. Look, I just want you to just tell the Liberian people, do you see your role as a project management, a project delivery specialist, or do you see yourself as somebody that's going to look at an integrated a national road transport master plan to deliver that? And how are you going to go about ensuring that we can finance these roads? Because the whole thing about fiscal space, limited fiscal space, right? The amount of money that is left over after the expenditure for government operations and salaries is very, very little. And typically we have to do donor funding, or we do borrowing, and actually the borrowing are limitations. So what exactly would you do to improve the road network within an integrated approach, and where do you see your role? That's my first question.
Okay, so look, I've always been this person who's been involved with project coordination, project evaluation, project monitoring to make sure it is done properly out of the presidency. So that's what I do. And so going to the Ministry of Public Works was an opportunity for me to expand on doing that. And so I can say this is what we intending to do. There is already a transport master plan. We're going to reactivate that. It was done. The bank worked with us and also did a 10-year road sector development plan that we have to look at how we invest in our road network. That is already existing. So in terms of the planning aspect of what we want to see to improve our infrastructure, road infrastructure sector is already available. One of the things that I did when I was at the Ministry of Public Works, I was also responsible for the internal review committee. So, by now, we will have done what you call the road authority. We're transitioning the Ministry of Public Works to the Ministry of National Infrastructure, which will be responsible for policy formulation, regulation, standards, and just regulate the sector, while the road authority was going to be building road and the road fund. So the first piece of that reform was the road fund. So one of the things that we did was, look, the partners were concerned about the investment they were making in our road infrastructure. So the thing was, we invested in your road infrastructure. Your national budget cannot do rehabilitation and maintenance. So most of the roads are not being maintained because of the screen on the national budget, like you said. How can we find creative way of supporting the maintenance program? So we went into forming the road fund. We set up the road fund. When we tested the road fund in 2015, 2016, the road fund raised almost $35 million and was a test. So the road fund has the potential to raise up to 50, 60 million. We have partners like the bank, the World Bank, we have African Development Bank. We even had the Millennium Challenge Corporation that committed up to 15 million matching fund, a dollar to the road fund. So the road fund is still existing. We just gonna make sure that is activated. This is a domestic way of raising resources. Okay, and with that domestic resource mobilization strategy or infrastructure, that will not allow us to go to any bank to take any loan. So we can raise, for example, up to 70, 80 million every year domestically from within to invest in maintenance and rehabilitation. We're doing good. And the road fund has been doing that. I know there's been some issue with the management over the last 6 years. Funds have been taken from there to be used on other expenditure. That anger allowed the donors. So the kind of support we could have gotten from them in terms of grant, we didn't get that. So the road fund is one that we're definitely going to use. The other thing is to also look for joint partner sector funding. And we have what you call the LRTF, okay? The LRTF, which is the Library Reconstruction Infrastructure Trust Fund, has been used over time to build the other roads we have. That infrastructure brought partners together. And the partners will look to say, look, we are not going to do loan this time, or we do grant and loan. We gave you 50% in grant, and we gave you 50% in concessional loan, anywhere around maximum, maybe 1% or 1.5%, maximum 2%. And of course, with interest rate, low interest rate, and extended period in terms of repayment term. So with that would create an opportunity for us to do that also. We also thought we can do, some also public-private partnership. Now, one of the way we do that is to see how we can attract funding for corridors that could be acceptable to traffic, a lot of traffic, and that partners can say, look, a private investor can say, we're going to put money in this and use the toll system. So in the road fund, we have different sources by which we're going to be generating the resources. We are only using the petroleum now, and not even all the petroleum. We're only using gasoline and diesel. We need to increase that to other sources under the petroleum sector. Then we're also supposed to do driver licenses and vehicle registration, and also setting up toll system. Now we have a plan to do toll systems now on some of our corridors. I know some will say, well, you don't have alternative route, but again, Liberia is it's a undeveloped, I would say, country, and we don't have to have alternative route before we set up those system. We can't compare ourselves to some of the other developing countries. If you go to Sierra Leone, Sierra Leone has about 3 toll systems between the border. Between the border, I will land on the. Okay.
So let me ask my second question. From your answer, you're going to be all things to all people, project developer, road financier, quality assurance, and all of that. Okay, that's what I'm getting from you. Okay,
exactly.
And I'm not getting a clear focus from you, but I just want to ask you this question. Okay, since you're a non-engineer, how are you going to assure quality assurance on those roles since you are not a non-engineer. So what mechanism are you going to put in place to ensure that the rules are built to quality and to specifications?
Okay, so let me also say this. The Minister of Public Works is the administrator for the ministry. At the second level, which would be the deputy ministers, there's two deputy ministers that are clear engineers. They must be engineers because you have the deputy minister for technical services, you have the deputy minister for rural roads and community services. Those are two engineers. Then you have four assistant ministers, all engineers. So we'll be working by and with three engineers. Besides that, I've had a 7 years experience in the sector, 3 years at the Ministry of Public Works, and I have a lot of on hands understanding about engineering now. I can say that to you. I can give you an example. There was a time where I stopped something from happening at the Ministry of Public Works that an engineer wanted to do and thought that because I was a non-engineer, I would not understand that. Engineering is a lot about, it's a lot of math and understanding basic, and I do know that too. And so I stopped something that an engineer would have done to hurt the ministry, which was stopped by a non-engineer. So I've had some on-hands experience and understand exactly where the ministry go in terms of even the specification and looking at some of the designs and also looking at the works, okay, to see where we are. So I'm going to be working with engineers who already have the expertise. And one thing that a manager does is to work by, with, and through people. So you get results by, with, and through people. I know you know most of the big multinational firms that are engineering firms, most of those who run there are CEOs, and those are people with MBAs. Most of them are not practically engineers. So that experience is there, and I have it. I've
But they also
demonstrated
have
that.
their first
And
degree
so,
engineering. They have the first degree engineering, and then they have an MBA. They have the first
so
degree
let me say this
engineering.
also.
Anyway,
One of the things that's
that's
happened in our recent history, you've had three non-engineers, no, four non-engineers, I would say. Yeah, okay, three non-engineers that ran the Ministry of Public Works and did better than those who were engineers. And you want me to state that? I can state that.
but how do you
Losing
grade
Donzo as
better?
an
How
engineer,
do you grade better when
and
you said
yeah,
better?
no, I'm saying to you,
Tell me better.
Sam,
How
let's
do you
move
grade
on,
it?
please. Sam
we've
Jackson,
had
let's move on, please.
We've had non-engineers that ran the Ministry of Public and ran that properly. I'm going to work by, with, and through engineers. And I have the ability to
Thank
organize
you.
resources, arrange them properly, and get things done. I've done that,
Thank you.
and I will always do it.
Thank you, Roland. Glendy?
Giddens, I want to go back to the East Company. And I want to go back to the fact that if you can confirm whether they had contracts under the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government. And if they did
Yes, they
have
did.
contracts, okay, so
Yes,
they
they
had
did.
so they had contracts under Ellen Johnson government. I want to ask you, those contracts that they had, what are the statuses? Were any of those contracts that they got the roles, were any of those roles completed by East?
Yes, the roads were completed. I know you came to, if you were in Monrovia, the road from the it passes behind the Barclay Training Center up to the Executive Mansion. It's a rigid pavement road. It's a concrete road. It passes down through the PHP Park. That road was done and completed. It was done by East. It was a pilot project that they did. So that road, the smart road, was done by East. Rigid pavement, concrete, I would say. It was also completed. And also the Thinker Village Road. So they did those three roads as pilot projects, and those roads were completed. So there was another project for pavement in other communities, 50 kilometers. That was done through a competitive bidding process, of course, sanctioned by the PPCC, headed by Double Jara. And that would tell you that, of course, with his integrity that I know and respect, it was a project that he sanctioned. That Public Works did a good job. And East was the only company that had the capacity by then to do rigid pavement because they've done it before. And that's what you say in terms of the technical capacity. So they won that contract to do rigid pavement. And that's what they had. But then when the last government came into power, they thought they needed to change that contract to the RRA project, which was not a part of that, to do ASFA rule. And that was where I also was one of those who criticized the move from the government because I felt it was wrong. RIA was a major corridor. Besides that, it was an ASFA rule. The specifications were different. An asphalt and a concrete or rigid pavement, they do not have the same specification in terms of construction. So there's no way you could replace one for the other. And I think it was a mistake on the part of the government that it did that. And that is why the project started the way it is. That is why it is where it is. But like I said, they brought in a company that has the capacity, the China Railway 5 that did the road from Harper to Kalukin. And so we can see now that there is some kind of sanity in terms of the project. And I think we it's something that we can work with for now and make sure the project get in it. We just push them to make sure they do what is right and clean up some of their abnormalities that may be found in the project. Yes.
So listening to you, and thank you for the response. Listening to you, I'm hearing that there is a sense of inability for them to even complete the project correctly. Because as you say, initially, you understood that they would not have been able to do it because they were already awarded contracts in the community, and then we gave them a major highway to go and do that. But suffice it to say, we've seen what they've done with the RIA highway. I have learned subsequently that the contract ends in April of 2024. And we can clearly see that RIA is not yet completed. What is the plan with this? Are we, as you, under your administration, will you be planning to renew their contract, or will we be switching gear to another company to come and complete the contract on the RIA role?
So one of the things we have to do first, both technical and financial evaluation of the project. So there is a financing modality that we have to understand. I know the project was designed to be pre-financed. That is, East was supposed to pre-finance. That is, they raise resources either internally or externally and invest in the project, and the government assess their performance in terms of delivery and pay them. But I know it was done differently. I know the government started to pay them even when they had not brought money to the table. So that affected even the financing of the project. So we have to look at that. I know that the Ministry of Public Works currently is not directly involved in the payment. There's a special payment through the Ministry of Finance. We are in a request from Public Works based on our investigation or our interaction during the engagement with the Ministry of Public Works. So the project was a kind of project that was done wrongly. So we'll do a technical audit. And the technical audit will look at the technical specification. We'll do some tests on the project. The engineers will do that to make sure the project is up to standard. We certify that. Then we do the financial audit to see what has been paid to the project, even the cost of the project. Because I know when we had 3 companies to do, a kind of pre-feasibility studies on the project, the cost they gave was not more than 90 million. But I learned the project is 116 million. So we're going to look at the project overall to just see where abnormalities will be and how can we correct it. Because you see, government's continuity. They intend for us to try to cancel the contract, for example. We're going to rewind that. So what happens if East have been paid more money than what they've done in terms of work delivered? So all of that we have to look at it. So there's no decision we can make until we get in there, assess the project from both the technical and financial perspective, and make sure we get it to work. They're going to complete the project because they already, started the project. And I see that since the elections, they're moving so fast. So I don't know whether it's because there is a new sheriff in town. They thought that we need to, move faster than what we were doing prior to the election. So we'll do the assessment, both technical and financial, and make sure the project works.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, my question just quick because, I know we'll have you again after your confirmation hearing. You love to come a spoon. Why? I thought you're supposed to be a prayer, really, but you love to come a spoon.
But it's a platform to exchange. I don't know why there should be fear.
So really, let me ask you my question. Front page came up with this story. I really want you to address unqualified for public workers. I give you the time to address this. I know you read the story. They ran with that story today. You say you are unqualified for. They're asking the question, unqualified for public works. So what say you?
But they're asking a question. I say, no, I am qualified. So that's the answer.
So all the, I think that's where Samuel Jackson, he was
But let me
going
go
with.
further than that. Let me go further to that.
Exactly. I will give
There's
you the chance to really explain. Yeah.
so so the law that set up the Ministry of Public Works says nothing about the minister being an engineer. The minister is not or should not be an engineer. The law did not say that. Okay, and so because of that, anyone who is a project manager, a public sector, for example, administrator with experience in the sector can be a minister. And I think today this is why I'm being preferred as Minister of Public Works because of my experience working in the sector, working at the Ministry of Public Works for the last 10 years. I've done that, so I understand the sector and I have some hands-on experience in the sector. And so the president, knowing my experience and what I know about the sector, I was here, engaging the government on the sector. When the government published something about the sector, I was one of the person and the only person who would debunk what the government published about rule constructed, where and how, and I even published that publicly. So if I'm not an engineer, but I was able to do all of that, and all the engineers at the Ministry of Public Works and all the engineers in the country could not say, Giddens, you are wrong, but you're right for what you published against what the government said on major road project. And then now to be Minister of Public Works, then I'm not an engineer. I'm not an engineer. I'm not going to claim to be one, but I am also somebody who have practical experience in the engineering field. You can take that away from me because I've been in the sector and I understand the sector. So the publication says not qualified is a question that they're asking. And my answer to that is I am qualified because there's no law that prevents me from being Minister of Public Works.
Okay, so listen, this left. Let me say this to you, Roland, and that's the reason why some of us cannot work in government. We have a lot of issue. You will be taking over public work, a lot of interferences from both the legislature and the political interferences. Let's be straight up with you. All these different contracts, the roads, lawmakers have their own construction companies. We ran with that list. The Thomas Fallard, the San Joseph, all of them. The different contracts that were awarded to these people. I mean, to me, it was complete stealing. What I have in my possession, we display on the show here. People can complete the work, but you gave them 60% upfront, like you said about East International. What will you do, Roland? Because we are watching you, working along with the road fund, Ruth Coker. The allegation that she awarded her husband company in the amount of 400 something thousand dollars just to go on the road and talk about quality assurances. There was nothing done. We have the company information. What will you do, Roland? I mean, you've been very aggressive, but we are watching you. We have the documents. What will you do differently? Are you not going over all those contracts? Are you not saying that, listen, we got to review them? We got to let the public understand what is happening?
So let me say this. One of the things that I would do a complete review of all the contracts and come back to the public with the information as to what we gathered. My stay at the Ministry of Public Works, and let me take this time to say, kudos to Minister Moore, who gave me the space to do what I did at Public Works. And that is why after we left Public Works 3 years, the GSC came and audited Public Works, and there was zero issue about improprieties or corruption at Public Works. It was one of the first time for Public Works to be audited with any issue for the 3 years that we stay at Public Works. And Minister Moore gave me the leverage to just do that. I straightened up the financial system. I straightened up procurement. In fact, the American government was about to support Public Works with what they did with education and health for us. They had a consultant to come in and studied our financial and procurement system, and they found it okay preliminarily to give us direct funding for executing project. That was what I did at Public Works. The issue of I'm not a perfect person, but I would say my integrity have stood up for myself over many years. Uh, I'm this person who believe people money, the country money should be the country money. I don't believe the country money should be my money. I believe what I work for is what I get. So the contractors know that. I've been a very friendly person to the contractors to say, do what you have to do, because if you don't deliver, you are in trouble. And there are times where there were some contractors that had a problem with me. when I was at Public Works because of my stand on issue. Take this for me. We'll come back to the public.
Let me
Companies
interrupt.
that
I'm sorry, Roland. Let me interrupt you because we press against time. We got another 6 minutes with you. Let me interrupt you, Roland. It's very important. We have this different company. My question directly: company that owned by lawmakers. Are you going to consider
so
that?
let me say this. Let me say this again. We review the contracts. We review the companies because companies that work for Public Works must submit, the article incorporation, account, business registration when they want contract. So, I mean, the legal document will show that this company is owned by a lawmaker if the lawmaker name is in there. So, if the lawmaker name is not stipulated in that particular contract, it's difficult for you to to assume that the company is owned by a lawmaker. You see, there has to be a legal basis for that.
If you know
But
those
the point
companies
is,
are owned by lawmaker, Roland, what would you do?
no, if it's known, of course, it's conflict of interest. You can have a lawmaker who's supposed to be, for example, supervising or providing oversight over a sector ministry, and then they are, involved in a particular sector doing business, and it's known that they own a company. It's conflict of interest. That's something that I'm going to follow again. I did that before.
He's shaking his head.
Yeah,
You want
at
to
the
come
Ministry
in?
of Public Works.
I'll ask my last question here. It's very important to have you back. I'm not trying to go there, but let me go there. The Lebanese, the BMC, the SSF, these guys are having over 50% of contracts from public work. The allegations that because people put in their own cateau, increase the amount for their own benefit. What's going on? I want you to assure Liberians tonight, will you fight against it?
Look, I did it. I did it for 3 years, and I will do it again. All the contracts that are awarded at the Ministry of Public Works when we were there went through competitive bidding process. In fact, there were contractors who will win a contract and don't believe they did because there was nobody after them. We had evaluation committees that were warned not to speak to contractors or not to get involved with contractors. It was not a perfect system, but it was a better system. I did that in 3 years and I can do it again. Secondly, the issue of Lebanese companies that are set up here that have the capacity to also do work. So, for example, we want to do asphalt pavement. We have few Liberian companies now that have built the capacity and they can also do asphalt pavement, which is okay. But if we have one company, a Lebanese company that does asphalt pavement, and we are looking for a company that should do asphalt pavement, and you do a competitive bid, you put the bid out there, and they submit the bid and have the capacity to, there's no way we can say it done. The procurement law also say that if a Liberian company and a foreign company is competing, for example, on a particular project, there's some preferential treatment that you give the Liberian company if they show that they have the capacity to do the work. So yes, we will consider that Liberian companies should participate and get jobs. But if foreign companies are also here and the work we need to get done must be done and they have the capacity compared to the evaluation process that suggests that they can do it better than a Liberian company, they win it. If a Liberian company can also do it like them, we give the Liberian company preferential treatment. We did that when we're at the Ministry of Public Works. So I'm not going to sit on the platform and say, okay, from today, no foreign company will get a contract. I mean, you can do that because this is not what you do.
We have other folks here saying that we meet guidelines. We can do it. But yet and still, the BMC, the SSF, Roof Coker is giving them all these contracts because of kickback.
Oh,
that's exactly
but because those contracts, those contracts did not.
Go ahead, sir.
Those contracts did not. If for any reason, I can say that a lot of the contracts, as they're saying, don't be political. I don't want to be political, but for my assessment, a lot of the contracts given by the last government did not go through competitive bidding process. Most of them were not competitive. They were negotiated contracts. And once you negotiate a contract, it's a problem. Now, if you want to negotiate a contract, the procurement law has something you call single source. And there are reasons why you can do single source. So you must still go to PPCC for justification. And once the PPCC justify and accept that what you are asking for to single source, that is to give it to a contractor, should happen, they give you the no objection, it is a process that is legal. But if the PPCC is not involved and contracts are awarded, and this is why I said we'll do the audit on the contract, just to show contracts that were actually sanctioned by the PPCC, contracts that were not sanctioned by the PPCC. So if that didn't happen, of course, you expect people to negotiate. If you have the authority 100% to negotiate a contract, you go ahead and do that. And of course, people look for kickbacks when they do that. And it's wrong. That is why the PPCC law was created, to avoid that, to stop ministers from having the exclusive right to award contracts. And we should abide by the PPCC law. I think it's a good law.
Thank you. Thank you again. We have to go. We want to say thank you a lot. It's always good to have you, Roland. I squeeze in extra few minutes, but again, you will come back. I know. Your assurances tonight. Will you number one, two things. One, are you going to declare your asset? Two,
of course. I mean, I always did. I will. I did when I was in government last time. Both times I did.
Will you call for the general audit while you walking into that office? Make sure exactly what is on.
Well, there would be a snap audit done. And of course, the GSC would definitely. I saw the GSC is they're currently doing audit. When I went to do the engagement with the ministry, I saw the GSC there. They're currently doing audit. But I would do a snap audit on the different accounts and some of the functions before getting involved in any financial transaction to then make sure we are clear on what is there. I will do.
And I think we appreciate your time on the show. We want to say thank you, Roland Lafayette Giddens. It's always good to have you. We wish you well as you go through your confirmation hearing, and we look forward to hearing you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I will always be here. Take that from me. Once I have the time to do, I will be here. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Yes,
Thanks for having me.
All right. So that's it, guys. We're going to come now and get into some rapid fire conversation. Something is trending right now. The president, Jose Yima Boakai, have withdrawn one of his appointment from today for immediate release. President Boakai replaces nominated Deputy Public Work Minister. President Joseph Yima Boakai Sr. has withdrawn the nomination of Mr. Eric Gabriel Jean Judges. That's the name. Deputy Minister for Technical Service, Minister of Public Work Designate, and has nominated Mr. Prince Disia Tamba as Deputy Minister for Technical Service of the Ministry of Public Work. His appointment is subject to confirmation by the Liberian Senate. I want us to start this conversation. Where is Mame? Where is Prince Maxwell? You guys come. Let's jump into this thing. This is big. While the president withdrawing the confirmation, the appointment. And the gentleman we are talking about, this is he right here. That's his picture. Eric Gabriel UJ Jean Judges. That's him. That's him right there. Reason of the appointment, reason of withdrawing the appointment. Let's jump into it. Then we'll go to Sarah Best Nyanti. What say you, Dr. Richardson? Why you think they withdrew the appointment?
The Destiny was here. The Minister of Public Works, Destiny, was here. He was going to be a great person to contribute to this conversation. I would have loved to know his opinion about the president withdrawing Mr. Eric and replacing him with Mr. Tangba. And the only thing, you showing a picture of somebody wearing a CDC, attire, a gear, it has me concerned a little bit, because it tells me that just because you support CDC, even though you may have the technical background or you may have the experience, because I have a sense that Mr. Eric, I forgot his last name, was probably in the ministry for a while. It seems like, Mr. Eric Judges. Okay, Mr. Judges was in the ministry for a while in technical service. At that point, he seems to be an asset in that area. But just because there was a picture, well, I'm not saying just because, but it seems like a picture that showed him wearing CDC gear led to they withdrawing the nomination. But I'm just speculating. I may be wrong about this, but I also wanted to state that I don't think the argument that the Destiny made that there were 3 other non-engineer ministers who he said did better than the engineer ministers were compelling and convincing to me. I saw no data to support that. I think that was coming from an emotional point. I do think because public work is the kind of a position that relates to the development of our country. It's not like a Ministry of Education, although important, but much more for people-oriented kind of a ministry. Public work to me is a technical area. We need to have someone who knows the technicality of how roads and buildings are constructed. Otherwise, we'll be wasting our time. Because if you present information or proposal, if I'm the minister who don't have any technical background, I have to go consult with the people who have the technical background. Meanwhile, the government is paying money for all of that time lapse. So, I mean, yes, it's not that he can't be a good person, a good minister. He can be, but it's my opinion that I think I think he will need some help. He would definitely
Thank you
need
very much.
then had he had an engineering degree.
Thank you very much. Again, let me just come back to this appointment I was just made a few minutes ago. And now we are back on that. No. They're going to withdraw the appointment. This is big. A lot of folks now come to talk about partisan issue. Let me get Alex off the way, because once I start going to Minister Isaac Doe and the Sam Jackson, then we'll get into that deep party politics. Alex, let me hear you out. He was just appointed, and they put the appointment back. They put it off.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to beg your indulgence to excuse myself from the show because I gotta get back on my clock here.
Oh, you're going back to the clock. Oh, no problem.
Yeah, I gotta get back to.
No problem. We'll see you tomorrow then when you can. I know you visit these 2 weeks.
Thank you for having me. I'll be back tomorrow Saturday. Thank you.
Yes, Alex. Thank you very much. Yeah. Prince Maxwell, let me bring you in, which is very important, Prince, to put this thing off.
Look, Stanton, a president's appointment comes with one key ingredient above everything else: confidence. Confidence, the will and pleasure of the president, right? Now, I see where this could become an issue of political, the issue of political football game, right? He's wearing a sedition beret. It's going to be the issue of, the president is weeding out CDC, and stuff like that. I don't think this is about CDC. I really don't think that. I think it's like Dr. Chinwe said. I think it's about the technicality of the position he occupies and the ministry for which he's also a part of, or we're a part of. I think the ministry needs more technical people in that division. I do not know this man's CV, so I'm speaking of that. I do not know his CV. I do not know the school he went to. All right, so I'm holding that constant. But the idea here is that anyone being appointed by the president must have the confidence of the president and the appointing committee as around the president. And as long as you do not have that, certainly your name will not go forward. Now, why is name withdraw? Could be for many technical reasons. So I'll just leave it as it is.
Thank you very much, Glendy.
So I don't want to be I don't want to talk too hastily, because it could be a propagandist that have now shared the picture to imply that this is because he was a sedition. I have now subsequently learned, because I subsequently learned that this guy was not a sedition. So which is making me, and this is just people sending texts and stuff, that he wasn't. But I think to share his picture and the fact that he has on a beret, and for us to now assume that because he was a sedition, that's why he was pulled back, I would hope that that is not correct. And we will certainly, and these are some of the mishaps that we're talking about. There should always be a checker after the checker, so that these small errors and stuff cannot happen, because they create room for chaos. And so I would think that this is the second or third time this has happened. I would think that the team, the transitional team, the team for appointment will look at their nominees. They will triple check it before they post it to the public. Because like I said, this has a potential for causing chaos and making people feel unsatisfied. And this is not what we want. And this is not what is supposed to be happening. So I will not say that because he has on a beret, that was why he is withdrawn. So I'm sure we will learn soon, quickly, that as to why his name was withdrawn, but I'm not going to go off the fact that he's a sedition. That's why he was withdrawn. I'm not going to follow that.
Thank you. Now we'll bring in Sam Jackson.
Yeah, first of all, I've been reviewing the list of new appointments, and I will go back to my old established position that unless and my government made the same mistake, partisanship over competence, click over competence. Once you start a process where you're sacrificing competence for click or personal relationships, you will make these kinds of mistakes. A vetting committee, a veritable vetting committee that does a credentials audit, does a character audit, does a good background check, you won't see these kind of withdrawals happening multiple times within the short space of time that we have seen. And believe it or not, I would like to see Joe Boycott to succeed, and especially in the public works sector, because my wife's family is seriously looking at investing in Liberia in equipment leasing and other road network stuff. So it will benefit me if we have good, efficient people at public works. But listen, here is a problem, Stanton. The public works does the engineering, procurement, and management of road contract. Then they are supposed to provide quality assurance on the same project. So what they're doing is they cannot provide oversight for themselves. That is the reason why in serious countries you have a road authority or some other institutions that provide quality assurance and oversight over engineering, procurement, and management of public works projects. Unfortunately, we don't need that. One of the things I was very disappointed, and Roland is a very brilliant guy, but I think it's one of those square pegs in round hole. Brilliant guy. Either is he going to be a project manager? Is he going to be an administrator? Is he going to be providing quality assurance? You can't do all of those tasks simultaneously and be efficient. You have to take one hat, put that hat on. You can't be jack of all trades and master of none. He's a brilliant guy. And one of the historical problems we've had in Liberia is putting people in positions they may be appropriate for other positions, they may be most effective in other positions, but we put them there. Ellen started this thing about putting non-engineers in public works. And like Dr. Francine said, he said that the 3 non-engineers perform better than the non-engineers, than the engineers. But he did not provide any empirical evidence of that in terms of number of kilometers of roads built, in terms of the stability of those roads. He couldn't give you that. He just gave a value judgment about that the 3 non-engineers performed. And I can tell you, in 2006, and let me just go this quickly. 2006, Ellen brought in Willis Knuckles, and Willis Knuckles wanted to impress the public. So what he did was he drew a red line from somewhere in the west of Liberia, in the west of Liberia, all over to the east, and said this is the road he was going to build. When you know that those roads cannot go through certain corridors because of our ecosystem, certain corridors because of the environmental thing, but he just drew a straight line. And since that happened in 2006, which is 18 years later, you still haven't roads that are not built to quality. There's not an integrated approach to a national transport management, and it's a complete mess. And we need to change that, and I hope Joseph Boyka will change that going forward.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Isido. Yeah, we are Isido.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, CEO. And It is hard to know where to start from, and I'm beginning to be a little more concerned on what is actually going on with the Unity Party. The Unity Party is supposed to be the party of the most educated Liberian, the party whose partisan know it all. You come today, there is one discussion or something. You come tomorrow, there's another discussion or something that will not put the names together. See, yesterday, we were here discussing about the slow pace of appointments. I know, again, my brother Maxwell says, Glendy, I was in this position where you had to defend, even if you know it is indefensible. We were discussing the slow pace of appointments. The justification, the president is ensuring he appoints the best. The committee will go through all of these people and ensure when anybody's name comes up, that person is the best person to go. Today, we are having all of that best thing appointment coming out. In the second, it will June. Only after people get to notice that someone wore a hat representing the CDC. This is a government that's supposed to be representative of all Liberians. All Liberians. And it is a little interesting how the president is doing all due diligence, yet and still that due diligence is resulting to appointment in seconds withdrawal. Something is not right. But let me just end on the second point very quickly. See, frankly being told, I do believe that the rewards for political loyalty does not reside in heaven. It's right here on earth. Personally, I want to see the names Stephen Johnson, Mo Ali, George Lobo, Sylvester Wamplu. These folks were the people who stood by Mr. Boakai to ensure he becomes president. It is only a little concerning how none of them seem to be coming around. And we were in here, we were in the game, we've been here, we know almost everyone, we've talked to everybody. And we just say, from the blind side, all of these things happen within a party. I don't know what is going on, but I will very, very hope that His Excellency the President, Mr. Boakai, gives opportunity to those who stood by him. And again, I will say, the rewards for political loyalty is not in heaven. There are qualified Unity Party folks who stood by this president, who ensure he became president. Those people must be given a chance to serve.
All right. I read it. As when you speak, people just laugh. But respect to you, Isaac, we'll give it to you because it's taking everything in you to appear on Spoon and make this argument. So I will give it to you. But I'm kind of concerned, folks, and I want Liberians to hear me. Where this mistake coming from? These different mistakes. You spoke, Prince. You spoke on this issue. It's my time to speak. What you put your hand on for? You spoke on this issue. Where this mistake coming from? Seriously speaking. We had a mistake about Jonathan Massacre going as justice minister, and they pull him off and put Councilor Cooper Crown. Now in the flash, another mistake with Eric, replacing Eric with Prince. So I understand people say Stanton don't go there, but is somebody sneaking names in? Is somebody putting names on the paper on the way to the president? No, let's have this conversation. We shouldn't make a mistake of George Manawia. I know it happened in the George Manawia government, but I don't think we should go back. Who actually crossing the T's and dotting the I's? What's the main reason they pull Eric name off the list? I don't know, Eric. Who putting names in? Who making this appointment? I do believe Joseph Yimabwaka is making these appointments. But I think we are getting to a scary spot right now. And if anybody can say what I want to say, I will say my own. Because if we do not at this time, then I think we should forever hold our peace. But I cannot hold my peace, Sam Jackson. I cannot. We had an issue about Jonathan Massacre going as justice minister. and they took his name off. Who added Eric name to the list? I don't think Joseph Boakai, the president, put Eric name on the list. I don't think so. I really don't think so.
So are you saying the president is
No.
not
Let me say my own. Now you have your time to talk. Let me talk my own.
you be with us.
I mean, you cannot interrupt us though.
Every mistake. The mistakes too plenty. Now the register you gotta have.
You started the show and said people were interrupting you yesterday, and that's exactly what you're doing to me today. You did. You started your intro and said, "Y'all stop the interruption, please."
Because you called me today and we spoke for almost 2 hours. That's the reason why.
Give me my time, please. I know the only person from CDC government that asked you to come on the show are Eugene Nagbe. The rest of them said don't come. So give me my time. So, but Prince Maxwell, I'm dead serious. I really don't believe this came from the president. Who added names on the list? Who put the names out there? Liberia need to know though. I don't want to go ahead of this thing. But you know, I say you said something. What's going on with these names? Steven Johnson, Darlington Smith, Patrick Honda, Augustus Zeze, Eddie Miller, Eugene Lame Fagon, Charles Collins, Boakai Jalaba, and many more. Are these, why are they not included on the A list? What's happening?
They're still appointing people.
You interrupted me, ma'am. You are interrupting me, Glendy. My brother was very fair and said no interruption. Everybody should have the due time.
Interrupting.
So this is the issue we should ask. Not because we are sympathizer or folks from Unity Party.
Could you put that list up? Could you put that list up again?
Yes, I will.
Let Brainpost see it.
Yes, I will, sir. I will.
Those are the real folks that stood the test of time.
It comes to a place. But hold on now. I'm picking you. But let me enjoy myself too now.
We are not talking can be long.
No, it cannot be long. If you continue interrupting, I will thought that Judgment Day. but here we go. You asked me to put the list up. Mo Ali, Steven Johnson, and I'm gonna adjust this because you know why? I think let me take this off, then maybe it will be adjusted. If
why
not,
you school? Why
okay.
you school
I beg you. Glendy, stop. Glendy, I beg you. Stop, mama. And then you go, all this name, Mo Ali, Steven Johnson, Darlington Smith, Patrick Honda, Augustus Zeze, Ed Miller, Eugene Nangbe, Charles Collins, Boakai Jalaba. It's about time that we ask this question, folks. I don't know. We should ask this question. Who putting names on the list? Who taking names out? But yeah, this is why I'm getting to. Somebody comment today and say, Standard, is it Ellen 2.0? Have we gone back to the Ellen era? Have we gone back that only people from the Ellen government might get position?
Yeah.
What were the young men then? Let me fight for my friends, man. What were the young guys? People that was there that were fighting day in and day out. Why are they not on the A list? Folks, I did not qualify. I'm asking the question. I did not qualify. Sometimes we get quiet. Sometimes we say it's okay, but names. I know the names will be on the list. But what happened? What happened? What's going on? Who talking to the president? Who's saying keep them for lies? They're talking starting small.
Let me say something to you quickly. Let me say something to you from a famous. Let me because this will go away.
Give me 10 seconds. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Because I want Liberian to listen to me. People have sleepless night. People get tired. They cause the man, they cause the power. those folks should have been first on the list. People are laughing at them and making mockery all of them. I don't think it's right. I know the president will appoint them. But who telling President Joseph Boakai not now? I want your Stephen Johnson name. I want your Mo Ali name. I want to hear Eugene Fago name. I want to hear Patrick Honda name. Now, I want to hear this guy's name. I want to hear Patrick Oka name. I want to hear people that across the man that stand there. We don't want to go back. We will talk because we know. They used to have a saying, where were you when we were we? When we were there, where were you? Prince Maxwell say, what you want to say, man? I will stop here though.
Look,
but is anybody there sticking name on the paper or removing name? Then we'll start calling names though. We'll start saying who doing it. People out of nowhere. Is that friendship? Is that relationship coming up now?
You understand politics?
No, I would not understand politics. I desire no position, but I was saying
you and I know we know.
Let me say this. I don't know this young man.
Everybody bringing their interest from all around the place.
I don't know Eric.
Do around there.
But how did his name got on the paper and they just put it back?
Well, the man is Liberian.
Who put his name on the paper? And folks, I want you to understand. He can get blue hat, he can get red hat. But who put his name on the paper, announce him, and put it up?
The vetting team vetted the man. And
this is wrong.
Yeah.
People are making Margaret out of folks. They're making Margaret out of Mo Ali. They're making Margaret out of Stephen Johnson. Eugene Fagon. I will call their names. I'm comfortable. They don't want me to do it. What's going on? What's actually going on? Thank you.
Stanton. Mike Tyson says something very famous, and I quote, the person you came to the party with is the person you should go home with. The person you came to the party with, that's the person you should go home with. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed. As much as all the people are around President Boakai, I respect them. They know me that I respect them. In this case, I am disappointed. I'm disappointed because all the names that you just indicated are people that were in the trenches. Those guys got bullet holes all on them, political bullet holes in their character. Some of them broke friendships. They broke relationships to defend President Boakai. Mo Ali could not sleep on this network. Every one of them, they did their job. They showed their loyalty. They bled on the battlefield of political arguments to get President Boakai in office. They went everywhere in the Republic of Liberia, in every corner, in every town, in every little mud hole. They went there. I don't know the in terms of the prioritization of what is going on. I don't understand that. But these guys should be assured of what their labor, the fruit of their labor will be. They defended President Boakai to the letter. We should not be talking about their names on a list without assurance. They should have that by now, each and every one of them. And I don't care how, because what are they going to say going forward? What are they going to say going forward?
Can I come in? I'm sure my colleagues that were on this show were not speaking for President Boakai because, they wanted to get a position. If that is the case, I'm terribly disappointed. Okay, I know that a certain degree of politics can happen, in this season, but we all should be promoting the interests of Liberia. So I'm not really looking for, names or whatever. If they are competent, they have the experience, that is above any association or any fights they did when we were when election seasons were occurring. So it disturbs me to sit down and hear that because they fought for President Buckeye, that means that they are entitled to a position. What if they are not? I'm not saying that my colleagues. What if they are not qualified? What if they have not? They didn't rise to the occasion of a deserving position in our government. Okay, I don't think this should be about affiliation or connection to the president.
Which one are not qualified?
But hold on. You said
no. I want to understand.
You're interrupting her. No, you're not interrupting her.
Yeah, you don't want.
Dr. Regis, I got your back. Speak.
Your voice can help people hear, man.
Yeah, but you're interrupting the woman.
My point is, okay, let's rise above that. President Buckeye came to be the unifier, the rescuer of our country. He's here to unite everybody. There's no ANC government. There shouldn't be any CDC government. There shouldn't be any United Party government, United Party alliance, and so on. This should be about Liberia. So I'm a little bit concerned and disappointed that people are losing jobs, or people's lists are being slid in, or people are not getting nominated, or positions are being divided to certain people because they are part of the group or alliance. It should not be like that. It should be about competence, experience, and the interest of Liberia. That's what I have.
I'm not understanding. I beg you, Dr. Richard. Let me ask you my question. I beg you guys. Let me ask you my question, Dr. Richard. Okay? Yes. I'm not understanding you. I didn't understand. I really.
I'm sorry. I don't think that's my problem. It sounds like a different problem.
I really need to understand where you're going to.
Yes.
We call some names.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They didn't ask us to call those names. I'm not saying that people came on Spoon Talk and fought for Jose Imabwaka because they wanted a job in the government. But Samuel Jackson, since 1979, whenever you stand with a group, and Samuel Jackson can tell you, after the revolution, after it is all said and done, you come into power, they go back to Samuel Jackson and say, what you like to do. Am I wrong, Uncle Sam?
Can I respond to
that? No. I beg you. I'm asking Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, I beg you that the Richard say. I beg you that the Richard say. No, that the Richard say. If Uncle Sam say I don't want the job, if Uncle Sam say I don't want the job, Mr. President, I don't want a job, Uncle Sam will come out and say, Mr. President, we fought this battle, but I'm good. I can serve in other capacity. Am I wrong, Mr. Jackson?
But can I ask
all the people on this show know how I respect commitment and loyalty. I respect that. Okay, you of all the people on this show, or anybody else who have watched the show, know that that's big to me. Someone who's committed, someone who's loyal. However, all right, I wasn't specifically speaking to the people that you mentioned. I, at this point, said that Liberia above all. Competence and experience. I said my colleagues, I believe they fit the bill. The colleagues that some of them that you mentioned, I believe fit the bill. But I don't think people should be expecting a job just because they were in the trenches. I don't think that should happen.
So Dr. Richardson, the only way that you can say that with a straight face is if the other people that they are appointing are more competent than they are part of a vetting process, and they're producing A-list people. In 2006, when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was inaugurated, the names of people that she came with in that cabinet, I couldn't tie their jockstrap because they were all people with more experience, more education, and had higher moral character than I did. So I took myself away from that. Of course, they didn't even ask me, but if I had pushed it, I would have gotten something. But one of the things that I want those young people to understand is this. Politics is about loyalty. And loyalty is a two-way street. Joe Boyka must show loyalty to these young men who were in the trenches. to delay calling their names. And even if you call their names, because I can tell you right now, most of the plum jobs are gone. What is left at like fire service, at like what the other place they said, is commission,
LTA, Labrador Water and Sewer.
What all those places, okay.
Yeah.
One of my friends in the United Party government, I had a conversation with him 2 days ago, Dr. Richardson. I want to hear this out. He said they wanted him to go to the Ministry of Information. He said they want me to go to the Ministry of Information so I can be defending people who are stealing from resource institutions. He said, I want to go to a research institution so when I steal, I will pay somebody to talk for me. That's the mentality. Francine, this is the country you come from. Just like you, I came on an exchange program 54 years ago to America. But I had to learn the psyche of the Liberian people. The psyche of the Liberian people. To the victor belongs the spoil.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Those people who don't have jobs now, like Stanton said, their friends are laughing at them. They are the laughing stock in their various communities.
And let me say this. I know we're bringing Glennie, we're bringing Conor Great. Thank you for joining us, Prince Maxwell. And we have to discuss this because it is important. I'm sorry, folks. It's nothing personal. I'll put up the names again. Mohammed Ali, BSc, MSc, Water and Sanitation, Health Engineer, University of Leeds, UK. Stephen R. Johnson, BSc, MBA, MPA. Look at Strayer University, Penn State. We are talking about credential, like Sam Jackson said.
Stanton, Stephen went to Harvard. Stephen went to Harvard. He went to Strayer.
Let me finish. We're just going to add all these things. Darlington Smith is right there. He went to China, and he got his MPA, BSc. Patrick Horner, AME Zion University, MA University of Liberia, Cottington. Let's just name them. We understand Augusta Zeze, Eddie Miller, Eugene Lamy Fagon, Charles Collins, Waka Janabat. We can name all of them. What's the delay? I am speaking in my capacity as a supporter of Joseph Yimabwaka. I am speaking in my capacity like Stanton Witherspoon. Say what you want to say. Dwadu, Fadika, we call all this name. Prince Maxwell, Mame, except we put our hand up and be like me and say, I don't want no position. Like I said, I don't want it. But who keeping the names in the back? Let's go into Joseph Yimabwaka inner cycle. Charles Sneller, Sir Johnny.
The thing that is it bamboo monkey jaw, whatever it is?
No, let me serious now.
Now what you're coming for Isaac?
Let me serious because I beg you, I said, let me finish on this because we got to jump in the serial best slow very quick. We are positioned ourselves, and people begin to laugh at these guys. And you made the first mistake, you put Jonathan Massacre on the list. And Jonathan Massacre, you put on the list, you pull him out and say that's a mistake. You come out with a second mistake. You put Eric. You told Eric off. And you say, oh, that's a mistake. Oh. Now who adding names and taking names? That's not the function of President Bwaka. That's not the function of President Bwaka. Somebody doing sneaky stuff. And we'll get to it, folks. We'll get to it. People that were here every night, every evening, traveling, fighting, they causing the man, they causing the pie, they will kill them, they will go after them. Change your sleeping place. Why are they in the back burner, Mami? I respect the decision of the president. I know you're making wise decision. Why are they in the back burner? Why are we saying names that are friends to the family, friends to this? I'm not saying they're not qualified. Where were they? Give your young men that felt in the water. No, come on, man.
Let me say this. Let me say this, Stanton. Sorry for just jumping in the show or doing something on the side. I'm very sorry for that.
Mama, you gotta wait for your turn, sir.
No, Mama was here, brother. He just went off. He was here. Brother Gray, Mama was here. Please, you will come next. Brother Gray, stop this. You do this all the time. You will come next, Brother Gray. Mama, please go ahead.
The first have become the last. Why?
Mama, please
I've been on the show ever since. I just dropped off to do something. I joined the show more than 1 hour before you came.
The man back in America, he won't get all hard time because he just got back in America. Mama, go ahead.
You see, the thing here is nobody is calling on the president to appoint people only because they were in the campaign, because that is not sufficient to deliver the rescue mission. But in your midst, and that is a mistake we have made, he just appointed people because they were in the campaign and his government collapsed. So nobody asked him to
they think that we are achieving or not achieving.
But in your midst, you have people who are among the best in their generation. In your midst, academically, professionally, with integrity, in their generation, they are among the cream. They are among the best of the best in their generation.
I'm telling you, it gotta stop, man. I'm telling you.
Besides being the best of the best in their generation, they show loyalty and support to you consistently, to their party and their institution and the agenda they believe in. And you stay hesitant on deciding where to put them or having conversation with them on where to put them.
I tell you.
I think it's an issue.
It is.
It is
an issue.
Nobody say just take people, but you're not talking about incompetent people. I mean, you're talking about people who are the best of the best in their generation.
These are just few names. They
are part of you. And it's taking you so long to decide on where to put them or how to have conversation with them on what to do. Because sometimes everybody will not get a government job. But as heir of the land, how do you talk to your children? Yes, I know you qualify.
Mommy, I think yes, the issue, my man. I beg you, help me. Let me interrupt you. When the great want to come in, I will say this to you, mommy. Somebody playing game, and it's about time that we start speaking on it, except the government come out to speak. I think somebody playing games. Okay, let me say this. This is a new dimension. This is a new era. This is a new government. Everybody fought for the change, directly or indirectly. But for us to sit here, going to 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, since President Joseph Yiman Barker won the election, and we said thinking where to put Mo Ali, and we said thinking where to put Stephen Johnson, and we said thinking where to put Fagon. Since President Joseph Yiman Barker won the election November 14th, the result were announced on the 17th or November 18th, and we start thinking what to put there, and some names coming up that we have never seen since Charlie Quintan.
Right.
Guys, I will tell you the truth. The change we fought for, we will preach it to the end. The names got to come up.
See, political
the names got to come up.
These are folks,
there is no way. There's no if and a but to that. I'm not. If you don't get it for them, tell them say you ain't got position for them.
Right.
Truthfully, if you cannot offer them something, tell them say you know. Listen, do not carry a book to Joseph Barker, President Barker, and he gave you 5 names, then you put 3 names on it. Then you will withdraw the names and say, "Oh, that's a mistake." I mean, we need to ask a question, Sylvester Gillespie. How this thing happening? Because from the president to the Minister of State before he got to the Press Secretary Kula. What are these errors? Oh, now we got a blockade. Now it's the truck that brought his son to build a marshal, and the truck and now drive in front of the marshal anymore.
That's 6 year thing you starting here, so.
No, that's the 6 year thing I'm starting. But I want to say this because we have to come to the understanding that I think the mistakes have started too early. Where is the chairman, Reverend Luther Tappe? Where is the chairman, Reverend Luther Tappe? They're facing it, folks. I mean, we got to ask this question. Are we still not going to be naming by tribes, by county, what's going on? Are we going there too early? Somebody helping to start. Because these names, they got to be announced. You either tell them that you don't, it's the vessel grace, you don't tell them that he doesn't need them. But for us to say we are not in politics no more, you know, listen, folks. Don't let us go there. Don't let us go there. I respect my Uncle Joe, President Joseph Ima Boaga. You have my full support to death. But the mistake that he didn't put the name on it, and you put a name on it, and you got to take it off. Now it's about time we start finding you. It's about time we start going after you. Because we'll not be quiet. Colonel Abbott, Raymond Gray, please. And then from there, we'll talk about Sarah Nyanti, Beslo. Colonel Gray?
You know, welcome everyone, and thank you so much. You know, Stanton finally made it. Yeah, I made it. And last night was the first night I slept straight without any. Even though they took me all over the world, I went to Italy and all. You won't believe it, I went to Rome.
Mama close.
Unfortunately, Mama. Anyway, we'll talk about that. But this thing can hurt, as they say, you know, in like balance. Look, one of the reasons why some of us smell this kinds of attitude behind a certain political campaign, this is exactly the Liberian way. That's what we're going to do. You are going to do the job. Somebody will come from nowhere, the blind, and take over the whole thing. Bamboo work, monkey draw. Completely, that's the kind of lifestyle Liberia is all about. That's why you see I'm concerned. I love to wait for my time. But when someone skip over me, I mean that's one of the most difficult things to manage. All of these people that you're calling, those people work for this campaign. To now look at them like they're subhumans because victory has been earned. It's exactly what can bring the failure of a government. It happened with the Gun administration. There were certain people who were given the opportunity to lead. They were nowhere in the campaign. They came out of nowhere and then they took over the entire Jawea campaign. The same thing repeating itself here. Look, you can hate or like Madam Selig, but one of the things she reward people for loyalty. But this thing that is happening to these folks, look, they may or may not have a fourth opportunity to come to power against a political organization. So you pay them. They have done too bad. To the likes of the Mo Ali, those people made enemies for themselves. Even the Sylvester Graceby are hearing all over. Where was he? Maybe he was there, but I don't know. Look. All of these people have taken this campaign out in their hands, were nowhere to be found when this thing was going down the drain. Now it's victory. Everybody wants to come up now as though they're the face of the campaign. But remember, this is an opportunity. Patrick Hunter, man, how can you leave that kind of name out? Mo Ali, Stephen Johnson, what happened for them to become the last of all the batch of people that are being appointed? Why? This thing can hurt, man. I can tell you, look, if those people were not mature enough, I think they'll be all over the place right now, you know, talking. But they're patiently waiting. And I think we have to do something better for them, man. And they're not the only one. I saw some other things when I was there. Of course, some of us didn't go there to go look for a job. But the idea, those people deserve, look, this is politics. It's interest. They have their interest, and furthermore, they're qualified. You think those people are out here because they didn't have their personal interest?
But Colonel Gray. Liberians are confused. I want us to open the phone and let's listen to them. Why you want to put why you think that people should be in the back?
Right. And CEO, before you
I know I'm coming to you for former minister Asedo. Why you think these people belong in the back? You will call them later.
For what?
I mean, I want Liberian to understand. Since sedition are laughing at them. Folks today that's celebrating and get job today, they couldn't come on the show because the TOR for UN couldn't allow them to talk, to preach the agenda of Joseph Yeman Boyka. They were sitting back and say, go ahead, we'll come and take over. People talking about people selling jobs, personal interests. What's going on? Where's Jeremiah Kuhn on this? Where's the vice president, Jeremiah Kuhn, on this? Is this the change we asked for? Well, I mean, actually, let's ask Liberian, what's going on? Today is the 1st of February. President Joseph Yeman Boyka and Jeremiah Kuhn won the election on the 14th. On the 17th, guess what happened? They were announced. From the 17th to December to January, that 2 months. We're going to 3 months. And those that were driving in the mud under bullets, fear for their life, sleeping to friends' place, couldn't sleep in their own home, they will be last to eat. You want to make them last to chop? You want to ask them to Johnny just come last? Where's Jeremiah Kuhn on this, the vice president? The advisor to President Joseph Yeman Boyka, where are they? Who making these names up? Who putting names on the list? I don't want to call names though. But this got to be taken care of, or else I start calling names. I don't want to call names. This is the change that we asked for us to have a comprehensive change. I'm not talking for me. The struggle continues. As Samuel Jackson, the struggle continues. Because of the people, the struggle continues. More is to come. You get people named that hanging up you somewhere, drinking beer, enjoying themselves. You find out and say, we're getting a position. You advising the president to put the name down on position. What were you? You just come and change the whole government to Mount Ellen government. That's what Sam Jackson is saying. It's not bad if they qualify. But what about the people that was there, the young men and women? These are young able men. Look at Steven Johnson. Look at Mo Ali. Look at Dwalu. Look at Patrick Horner. Look at Patrick Oka. Look at Yukwa Fatima. Look at all these people. And you're bringing people from just all over we don't understand? We even go, man, y'all stop, man.
And the thing I wanted to add,
I would stand by President Boyka. I would die with President Boyka in this fight. But everybody that just come on and try to bring their own will start calling your name. I must tell you, I trust President Boyka. I respect President Boyka. That's why I fought for President Boyka. Every day people laughing at Fagon. When will you put a name up?
But let me just end by
somebody name on this list. Let me say something. Because one person name, they refuse to put that list up. Because somebody there say, I don't want a person to have the position. How can the president say the member I get a position? You say no. The president approved the position, but you said don't put a name up because I don't want the man to have the position. What were you when that man was traveling with the president all over? What were you when they were insulting this man for 6 years?
So
and you saying don't put the person name up because I don't want that position.
I want you to calm down a little bit, please.
No, calm down.
This is something we've lived, and this is something we know. You and I talk a lot. I will say one thing here. We were involved into the campaign. There are lots of folks we reach out to in the night, in the morning. Sometimes hot sun, we call them, we go to their houses, we have them come to us in certain places. One of those people, for instance, I would say on the show, political Cooper passed away. You know, that fellow. I personally called him during the campaign. Said, "Oh, my man, you know what? This. You got to come inside." That young man told me, say, "You know what? I will stand on my side. I know Mr. Boyka is the one who will go there, we do this. He and now back and forth." At the end of the day, I spoke with him. It doesn't seem as if he's even getting any light. And this young man, I think someone graduated with bachelor's.
Pass away.
Is he not qualified? Like I will say it again. I know Dr. Regis is looking at the book side of it, but the truth is that always you were here.
I'm not.
the political reward for
we have to wrap this thing.
Want to clarify one thing
let's
before
go to the next. But I think it is
whatever
is going on. I think
the kingmaker. What happened to Aperture? What happened to Larry Tokwa?
I don't know what happened with these people, but let me say this to you.
My point.
Let's go to Sarah Best.
Point is, I'm hearing a couple of things. One is about if you are not loyal to the Unity Party, then you shouldn't get a job. Or you
no, it's not. No,
that's not true. That's not true.
Not what you're saying, no,
that's not true. That's what Richard said. And let me say this, and I know exactly what's going on, and I will say it like we beat Joe, we are government for mismanagement, refusing to fire Samuel Toy and Samara would have called it and led to his downfall. We beat this government. I think something just not right. Okay. The friendship in this government, that Richards and me finish. The friendship in the government is too much, Mame. Because I feel that I know Mame and I must give Mame the position. So the announcement that will come out and the president say, I want Mame on the position. I said no, because I don't like Mame. So therefore I will not put that list out. I will put within my list out because these are people are comfortable with. No, it shouldn't happen. And I can tell everybody, I will call Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn. Me, I will do it. That's not what we settle for. I'm not saying because they are Unity partisan. No.
That originally, what your point?
My point is
no point, man.
Experience. Don't undermine my point here. My point is competence and experience. Okay.
Well, all of these people are competent.
Yes. If they are, I have no problem. I have no problem if they are. If you are putting somebody on the list because you know them or because they're loyal to a Unity Party, I have a problem with that.
Okay, let me say something. There are more than 500 different positions President Bouaka have now appointed to. The question is, why have you not made decision on the best of your best? Why have you not made a decision on them? And if you not made a, why have you not had a conversation with them?
That's a good point.
That's the issue.
That is
not like the appointment have concluded, they give job to everybody, and we're saying these people are Unity Party people, you didn't get a job. We're saying there are jobs there. Why are you not making decision on these people?
Mommy, if that's the point, then you tell me there's something going on within the hiring and appointment process that all of us don't know about here. Okay?
Sure.
It is not sitting, it is not sitting well with me that you are leaving people who I don't think people are fighting because they want a job. If you are leaving qualified people and hiring non-qualified people, I have a problem. And I don't think anybody should be on this show or anywhere else say I'm only fighting for Mr. Bouaka to win because I want a job. It should be because I want.
That's the interest. That's the interest involved. That's the interest. Politics.
Madam Richardson, there's something called real politics.
Our government.
There's something called real politics. These guys. I'll be honest with you. It's an uncomfortable situation for me to even have on this network. I don't want to have this conversation. It's an uncomfortable situation to have because the people that run Mr. Bouaka, the President Bouaka, I have high respect for them. They should not even be coming outside in the public, period.
It is out.
They should not even be in the public. So my contribution towards it is embarrassing me. I should be thinking of the bigger picture of things.
And
that is low-hanging fruit.
So
that's what I should be worried about.
I think about my colleagues who were here propagating.
That's it.
I thought they wanted a better Liberia, not because of a job. That's what I'm saying. Did they talk? Hold on now. Did they talk without strings being attached?
But I want to say, they're not talking about jobs. They're not talking about jobs. They're not talking about jobs. They're talking about attention. Attention.
Right. And
not jobs. Attention.
But Stephen, what you mean, Prince? Let's talk about job. Let's talk about job. Let's be honest. What is wrong with somebody who call for a change of the government, sit and criticize and provide alternative solutions? Look at the arrest agenda. Who wrote those things in the agenda? People who campaign against and say these are the alternative way to solve the problem. Why don't you give them the authority if they want it? In my case, I'm not looking for a job. If I need a job, I would have been in Liberia. But I'm comfortable with where I have. So I'm not going there. If I need a job, but now to Joseph Walker House. So it is right for people who want job, people who need job, people who qualify and know how to do it, should go and demand it. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not doing it because I'm comfortable with what I have. If I was not comfortable with what I have, but now to Joseph Walker House.
Well, you know,
That's
it's true.
let me ask you something.
If people who are saying that I'm speaking, I wrote this plan because I want a job, it's very hard to take you seriously, honestly, or objectively, because you have a string attached, right?
All right. So can we move on, please? Let me really say this. Some of those names that just came out today, I think we got a problem with some of them. Some of those names that they appointed today, we got a problem with some of them. We begin to ask the question, what are those names who are appointed on friendship, on relationship? You know, at certain place in this level, we just pause and we wait and see. So I just want to announce one more, and all Liberians will understand. Get vexed if you want, but we'll fight for change to the end, because this is what we need to do. Tomorrow will be a very interesting show. We'll print up people credentials. We'll go after people, the reason why they were appointed. I want to see whether they are qualified. Samuel Jackson.
Including best Nyanti.
Papa Jackson will give you 30 seconds.
Including best Nyanti.
The first line of appointment. I thought you should have come from your inner circle, right?
Exactly. And in the political economy, there are jobs there that you give to loyalists, qualified loyalists. There are jobs in the political economy you give to qualified loyalists. And clearly, those young people whose names and credentials that we see in the abbreviated form, like the Stephen Johnson, as much as we fight, the Mo Ali, as much as we fight, and the others, as much as we fight, these are qualified young men. And they have been loyal to the cause. Those people should be in the inner circle of the beginning, because loyalty is what matters in the political economy. Because as the Unity Party government, Joe Parker administration go forward, and things start to go, the challenges start to occur, there will be people like us in the opposition who will be strong in our criticism, trying to decrease the popularity of this government. What you need are your people who are loyal, who have the inner fortitude, and who have the belief in you. Because these other people that they're giving jobs, because of some other consideration, because look, Stanton, Liberia is about clicks. And anytime you see people supporting somebody, it's because there's either family interest or financial interest or some other interest involved.
Point, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah. Okay. And you see the lay of the land, the names that have come up. I know about 3/4 of them. One of them has got a deputy minister position, did a contract for UNDP, UNDP did not, they dismissed that. And they re-advertised that consultancy, and I got this consultancy. I got that paper. This person was elevated to a very high position. I'm never going to call that person in because I don't want no fight. But I don't see, like I keep telling you, Stanton, if this was an A list of Harley, like Global Express coming, and then the Salampo and Mo Ali there, I can understand. But these are run-of-the-mill bureaucrats with no spectacular achievements to talk about. And you putting them over these young people that have been in the trenches with you for the last 6 years, that's not fair. And Joseph Walker needs to reward loyalty. And the reason why Charles Taylor, why he's like in jail, his people are still loyal to him because he was loyal to his friends.
So let's go ahead and talk about Sarah Beslo Nyanti. Thank you very much. And Mame, I hope you come back. This is from your area. We were able to get some document, and let's bring why Sarah Beslo Nyanti confirmation hearing. Why was it postponed? And let me ask you, Mame, what are you hearing? What do you think? They push it to Monday. What was the problem with Sarah Beslo Nyanti?
You know, when we started the show, we started talking about the attempt to intimidate the Senate, the intrusion of solidarity forces, some of them with even questionable credentials, like Nyinambo. So the Senate at a certain point in time felt threatened by the fact that they're being overwhelmed with pressure from cultural troops, max dancers, and the strange phenomenon. They were organized to sit and review somebody's credential to determine whether they fit for a job. But they got overwhelmed by cultural dancers, mark dancers, and people overriding the chambers. So it was only fair that they suspend that. But we got credible information that the senators were resolved to, reject the nominee. That is the information we have. So maybe as part of the effort to give President Bouaka the chance to withdraw his nomination, and given the situation that was on the ground with the max dancer and people running all over in the Senate chambers, they decided to suspend it and gave him maybe over the weekend to withdraw the nomination. I would think he should do that. I think he should do that. The controversy around Madame Beslo's credential, it cannot be addressed in 1 day, 2 days, especially so that she's hiding information. She's hiding information. If she were not hiding information, you could easily clarify some of the issues. But there are a lot of doubts that need to be clarified, that cannot be clarified in 1 week, 2 weeks, especially so that she's hiding them. For example, on your resume, you don't put when you enter school, when you end the school, you just put a year. It was later on, it was established that the what is university name? Western Governor, through the clearinghouse, that she only attended Western Governor bachelor's program for under 6 months. The document there, you can put it up, under 6 months. The master program in Western Governor, 1 year. During the Ebola time, during the COVID time, 2021, COVID time. Bachelor of Science in Business Administration. You cannot obtain a Bachelor of Science in 6 months. And if you did so, you must provide evidence of how many credits you transfer from another school to this school. It can be on your degree certificate, it has to be on your transcript. And that transcript will show the courses that you transfer. But nowhere in the world you do a bachelor degree program in 6 months. So a lot of things happening, a lot of doubts that need to be clarified. Nobody says just reject her because of doubt over her credential. But there must be an investigation on these credentials. How did she enter into the Andrew Jackson University for a master's degree program when she did not have a bachelor's degree program? Yes, it is possible. People can enter into master's degree program or bachelor's degree program. But in your case, you must explain how it happened. You must provide, you cannot be covered by the general theory that people can enter into a master's program or bachelor's degree. You must explain your story. How did you enter into a master's degree program without a bachelor's degree? How did you do a bachelor's degree for 6 months and do it jointly? You did a bachelor and a master, commence the same time in the same school for 6 months. These are things you need to clarify. But this is one thing that is even trickier. Madame Beslo Nyanti will go to Ivy League University and do one course. Like, for example, Penn State. She went there to one training program course. So she knows the importance of going to Ivy League. You just do one course. But when it comes to acquiring a degree, then she go to the Andrew Jacksons of the world. Then she go to the Western Governors of the world. Universities known for selling degrees. So all these controversies cannot be addressed under the condition we saw today at the Senate. So nobody say just reject her on the basis of doubt, but all the controversy and inconsistencies in the document we've seen, they call for further investigation. And we hope the Senate will go further to investigate and establish the fact. If these circumstances are just doubtful and clarified, they can go further. But from where we sit and what we have and what we know, they are not just mere allegations. Nobody can obtain a bachelor's degree in 6 months. And if she did, explain the circumstances behind that.
So, Student, can I come in with this?
No, I beg you, let's show something here because Mama raised a lot of issue. Again, I will explain my position because this is very sensitive when it comes to me. I got to be very careful. But let's put some information up about Sarah Beslow Nyanti. She have 3 degrees. We got to share this information. All right. She have 3 degrees. I believe if you go to the clearinghouse, they provide you all these different degrees. And our sources send these to us. This is her Bachelor of Art degree, Western Governors University. As you can see, it's right there. This is her Western Governor University Master degree. I'm so sorry. No, this is the planning. We got to put a master degree up. This is a program that was done.
Just a program,
this is just a program.
Yeah.
This is the Andrew Jackson master degree. As you can see, Andrew Jackson master degree. Now, I want to ask Mommy some question while we upload the rest of the document. Mommy, she have 3 degrees. Your advice to the Senate, those that will be going to confirm her, what's your argument? She presented documents, she presented her degree. Isn't it enough?
No, the degree not enough because the timeline that she acquired the degree is questionable. 1, she acquired a master's degree in 2007. Prior to acquiring that master's degree, she did not have a bachelor's degree. Yes, it is possible. Schools can do it. But explain your circumstances under which you got admitted into that program. That's 1. And there are 2 ways you can get that. Every school that is admitting you on the basis of your experience will express that in your admission letter. That's 1. Fast forward to 2021, 2022. Enroll into a bachelor's degree program 14 years after obtaining a master's degree. Enroll into a bachelor's degree program. Here is it. The bachelor's degree program period of attendance, when you subtract the date of attendance from the date she attended to the date they ended, is less than 6 months. It calls for.
So hold on 1 minute, Mommy. So let's establish this. It's August 1st, 2020 to August 11, 2021. Date of attendance. Am I correct?
Hold on.
So,
can we go around? Can we go? No, I beg you, we'll come to you. I beg you, answer though, please. I beg you. There's a reason why we're sticking with Mommy. Now we go to unknown. August 1st, 2020 to February 10th, 2021. August, September, October, November, December, January, February. That's 6 months. Degree, verified certificate, right there. Date of attendance, the first one, information verified, is right there with her name and everything. Mommy, what are you saying? She spent only 6 months in the program?
I'm saying nowhere in the world you can obtain a bachelor's degree in 6 months without a substantial transfer of credit from one school to another. The question the Senate should be asking, how did you obtain a bachelor's degree in 6 months? Where did you transfer the credit from to enter into this bachelor's degree for 6 months? When you were admitted into this bachelor's degree program, if you step out of courses, like some of us went to schools. Okay,
for example, let me pull this up. For example, this is a copy transcript, right?
Correct.
This is a copied transcript.
Correct.
On this transcript,
Dallas.
yes, on this transcript, you see transfer credit.
Correct.
All right, you see transfer credit. Let's establish something. So to end this conversation, Mommy, because the others want to speak, have she provided to the Senate her transcript from all those institutions?
She hasn't. Even on her resume, she's not even providing the year she attended. We have to go to the clearinghouse before we establish that she attended a Western governor for 6 months. She hasn't provided the year she attended. So providing the transcript will provide clarification and clean the doubt of the Senate. And that's why the investigation will take longer than we expected.
Okay. Deputy Minister, though?
Yeah, sure. CEO, thank you. And again, like I said earlier on, this would be one of the few cases wherein my people from the angle of CDC may not be too happy with me. And of course, some folks from the UP may be happy with me. The CEO, of all of the appointments His Excellency had made, personally me, after all of my investigation, I do believe that the most qualified person he's appointed to serve in a capacity that they know is Sarah Besler Nyanti. In my mind, I will give you the reason why. Let's establish a few facts here. Government, it's not run on Facebook. When somebody just kind of puts it on Facebook, then you say, oh, that it will do it here. That's not how government run. Let's go further than that, CEO. My brother Mema is, giving good points.
I think his name is Mame.
Mame, okay, Mame, right? Giving good points. Dr. Reyes is an educator. Hopefully she will help us. But let's put it in our layman understanding how the rest of the people will understand it. CEO, 100% yes. You can do a master's without a bachelor's degree, especially when you have extensive experience in that field that you want to do the master's degree. Mema, you are talking. Hold on. Let me end.
But now, restating what
it is very. No, I'm not restating your point. It is then very possible then that after you have done your master's and completed in a certain field where you have extensive degree, you can come back and do a bachelor's, especially when it's in a different field. I give you an instance. If you have a master's degree in accounting and you want to be a lawyer later, you will have to go back to do some of a bachelor's law degree to go to master's. That's how it works. And then you asking of someone attending for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. You already said it, CEO. I was in China, for instance, some 6 years ago. I did X amount of courses. I left and I went to the US. It is very possible I will transfer those courses over and stay shorter time at that university. Just hold on.
You're wasting our time.
I know, Mema.
You're wasting our time. The same thing you're saying is what we said.
Just
to be able to go to a
I'm not saying the same. No.
Have transfer courses.
We are not saying the same.
Let him finish.
Hold on, Mema.
Let him finish. You got a few more seconds left.
You are not there, George, for everything saying here. Please, I tell you, I don't go in the school thing. Hold on.
But you're restating what we said.
Hold on. Hold your peace, Mema. Hold your
opinion.
Hold your peace. You are not a judge for what we're saying. Just hold your peace. So again, CEO, the bottom line here is that Sarah Besler, I don't know her. I've never spoken with her. I'm in CDC. I'm not in UP. I ain't got no reason to talk about any good thing from UP at all. But the thing here is, she is going in a position where she will be representing Liberia on the international stage. Who will she be working with? Diplomats. Who has she been working with over decades? Diplomats. I would want to believe that if the United Party is actually and indeed very much interested in people who are capable of doing a piece of job, Sarah should be one of those people. And in me, the Senate have their own way of investigating things, not to run Facebook and somebody wrestling thing you can't probably know. I will be very surprised if the Senate will not confirm this lady. Now, not knowing her, from what she served, who she will be working with.
All right, thank you, Asido.
People with needs our country.
Thank you, Asido. I'm going to ask you a few questions like I asked Mame.
Okay.
Isaac, this school thing here is too big, and sometimes I really want to be careful as I dive into it.
I say,
because a lot of people watching me. But I would say this to you. When you are moving from one university to another, Isaac, for example, you did your BSc, and now you want to do your master, and you apply to Marmite University. Do you carry your transcript?
You have to send your transcript over.
You got to send your transcript, right?
That's how it works. That's the registrar is the educator. She knows
and exactly, and they have to see how many classes you are bringing in, classes you are taking.
Right.
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 So to solve this problem, I said, don't you think it would be wise that Ambassador Cyril Nyanti just present all of her transcript?
Well, that's exactly what I was saying. I mean, we're saying the same thing.
Okay, so if we are saying the same thing, let me say this, because we just got to solve this thing the best way possible. If we are saying the same thing, Cyril Nyanti did her bachelor, did her first master at Andrew Jackson University. It's right there. That's her first master. Okay, she did the first master, then she went ahead now to do a bachelor. So I said, follow the line now. She did a master first. Then she went back to Western Governor and did a bachelor. So you left the master you did. You say, you know what, I'm going to start over and do. I don't understand, but let's just leave it like that. That's how
we are all agreeing that this is possible. It is not questionable as to if it is not.
I said, let me lay this out. Then at Western Governor, she did a master, management and leadership. She did a master. Let me ask you a question. You say it's okay, you can go to school from A to Z and get your master without a bachelor. Some school program is true. Some school program are designed. Some school program are designed that way. It's true. But then the transcript will tell us as to how long you spend in the school, start date and end date. Do you think for you to obtain your master, it will be in 1 year?
Well, I know some of the best schools, even, I mean, like, again, I'm not an educator. I don't want to speak too much about that. Dr. Richardson is, I'm sure she can help us. But I know of very good schools that give masters in a year.
From no bachelor, just master straight, they will give it to you in a year?
Again, I say I don't want to speak more to that because I'm not an educator. Dr. Richardson is.
No, you went to school in America. You went to school in America.
Well, it does not matter. But like I'm saying,
it does matter. You went to school in America. I went to school in America. Like everybody on this show went to school. Outside of Liberia.
The school, see the document I'm saying. The school has the timeline for graduation. The year they have it on their website.
Okay, so thank you. So let me see what you send me. I mean, I see you.
So don't be guessing, say whether you can do
Prince Maxwell, let me bring in. I won't keep Dr. Richardson for last because she's in the university business. And we got to take it easy for our people to understand Prince. Let's just understand you. Nobody is beating us here. For me, I am not. I'm just trying to be very clear for the people to understand. So let me ask you the question, Prince. What's your take?
You want me to explain, or you want me to ask you the question?
No, I want you to speak. You have your minute to speak, Prince.
All right. First and foremost, let me just pour cold water on this thing. There are many words that my man, I disagree with you. I will be clear to Liberian people. I respect you, and you know you I will have a divergence on this position. But there are a few words that was thrown out here: intimidation, hiding information, conclusion to withdraw, timeline, doubts. Come on. I mean, it's beginning to look something like a plain issue to me, because if we're looking for authentication here, let's backtrack. Let's go by first principle number one. The first argument that was made by those that are claiming about this document was that the lady went to Madame Bessel, Minister of Foreign Affairs designate, went to fictitious universities. That is no longer the case. So the goalpost moved, because now we have established that all of these institutions are accredited institutions in the USA. They have records. You can find these records. That's number one. The second point was moved to the degree. It's not authentic. We have established that this degree that Madame Besto has, they are all authentic because they can be found in the system in the US. What strikes me is the second point to move the goalpost. Cherry picking information. That's what strikes me. Okay. The school wasn't contacted. Second principle, contact the source to get the information. There are two sources here. You have the institution and you have the U.S. Education system database.
Clearinghouse.
The clearinghouse. They went to the clearinghouse, not the institution. They went to an impartial system to drag out Madame Beslow's record. Her name is in the system. The year she attended is in the system. The degree she aspired for is in the system. She was not there. Her school administrators were not there. Nobody was there. This is a system that produced the information they took out. That immediately destroyed their third position. So you have to then shift the next position. Timeline. The timelines are there. It's unarguable. It's provable. People can get degree in a year, depending on how you apply yourself.
Right.
That position is weak to make an argument so they move to transcripts. When is it going to stop? When are they going to stop moving the goalpost on the woman credential? Now, for the very first time in a Senate hearing, we are now asking an appointee of the president to produce transcript. It's no longer produce your document and let's make sure your document is authentic. Let's make sure the school you went to are authentic. Let's make sure we can contact them and ask them questions. It's no longer the case. You need now to produce transcripts because we need to verify your timeline. Who are they? Are they the administrators of the institutions? If the government of the Republic of Liberia has a problem, if the office of the president call the institution directly, their numbers are there, and ask them. The two schools she went to where she got her BSc and her master's, it's a reputable institution that exists today. I can tell you they accredited.
It's not in the system. Stop.
No, I'm not saying. I said the two that gave her BSc and her master's.
Yeah, both.
Her BSc and her master. I'm not saying Andrew. I never talked about the Andrew Jackson master. I said two that she did together.
That only one school gave her BSc and master. Man, slow down. Only
Western
governors. It's not two.
But that's what I said. Western governors can be found.
You said two schools. That one.
No, I said the school that gave her 2 degrees at one point.
So correct yourself.
Let me clarify it. The school that gave her 2 degrees at one point can be found. You can call them right now.
Let me ask you a question. Allow me to ask you a question while we move on. I beg you. Prince Mike, so I understand everything you say. The issue about the degree, don't you think maybe in Europe you guys don't do that? But here in America, and Sam Jackson can agree, Dr. Rich is saying, Mommy will tell you, if you go apply for a job, they will want your certificate and your transcript. They will ask for both. Your bachelor, your master, your associate. So sometimes if even you don't have your transcript, they will say, send a sealed copy. Sometimes they allow the school to send it directly. You yourself cannot even submit it. So to kill all this argument that other people are coming with on Sarah Beslow Nyanti, and I appreciate the fact that she's so patient. Don't you think it would be wise just call your university for your transcript? Transcript such like this. Let me say this. Let me finish because I'm asking you. Like this transcript we're going to put up. It have everything, the GPA, the classes, when the students started, when they finished, and everything, the classes that were transferred. Transfer credit. They have it on it. These are sample. They person went to University of Dallas. You're going to see transfer credit and how many classes were transferred, which is so important to know how long you can stay in the program. Because if you can tell us how many classes were transferred, because you are telling us, say, listen, I went to the university for this person, they say CIS is very, very unique. CIS transfer credit, financial accounting, fundamental of statistics, fundamental of info technology, and managerial accounting. They have, the credit was 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, CIS transfer credit. This university accepted. So now it gave the person a chance to tell us how many semesters they did to this university. And once the person received the document, we all understand, yes, they completed X, Y, and Z because they took some private in. That's one. Look at the auto transfer credit here. The same thing. So
Stanton,
my question to you, I'm begging you, let's go to Western Governor. And
Stanton, you guys are now, people are now making this about transcript. First of all, about the authentication.
I ask you to finish, I'm begging you. This is Western Governor, right? Western Governor saying business management, BS business administration, within 42 months, 70% of graduates finish within 42 months. 40 total courses in this program, 40, just to do your bachelor in Western Governors. 40 total courses. The catalog are there. They uploaded the entire catalog. You must come up with some of the 4 credits. So if we agree,
Stanton,
I beg you, I'm going to finish and you'll come in, praise. If we agree for the sake of our audience, don't you think it's just simple, it's just wise to say, yes, my transcript.
Stanton, how many other people we have for transcript here?
Let me finish, I beg you, let me finish. Yes, my transcript, I transfer such and such, and that's how I obtain my degree. Don't you think it will be better, whether they have asked or not? Don't you think to solve this problem and move on, we should do that? We should establish that, Prince?
No, Stanton, I don't think. Stanton, I do not think it is better. This is what it is. Madam Bessel is not applying to an educational institution. She's not.
She is applying to a job.
I just said she's not applying to an educational institution because there are requirements. There are requirement specifics.
The same thing with the job.
There are requirement specifics. In this requirement, there is no, we need your transcript. We need your degrees.
No,
provider.
It's nothing to say we need your degree, not your transcript. You're wrong.
Stanton, is there any requirement you must provide transcript and degree at the same time for Senate confirmation hearing?
Mommy, there is nothing stipulated within the guidelines that we can only take degree, not transcript. There is nothing.
Is that stipulated you must provide transcript and degree? Is that stipulated transcript and degree? Because I need to understand this. Because I keep moving from one point to the next, one point to the next.
We will come back to you. Sam Jackson, come in.
Can I ask you a question?
I said no. We're not taking your question. We'll go ahead to Mr. Jackson.
This is not about a job. I don't even know the woman. It's just the idea of clear understanding.
It's okay, Mr. Jackson. Can you help us? What's your take in this whole shenanigans?
Okay, first of all, I'm feeling very bad for Cyril Bessler Nyanti. I know her family very well. I'm very close to the family. And there are a lot of questions that she needs to answer. And I'm praying that she can provide the answers in the Senate hearing and can convince the senators that she has these degrees and they are legitimate. So I don't want to speculate now on issues like whether one can get a master's without a bachelor's and whether the transcripts must be, presented and all of that. I think we have a very delicate situation here. Clearly, Madam Bessler Nyanti has demonstrated competence at the highest level of the UN. And because she's demonstrated such high degree of competence, I think we need to give her the benefit of the doubt and await the presentation of her diplomas and to be reviewed by the Senate Relations and Foreign Affairs and then to be voted on by the entire Senate whether to confirm her or not. I don't want to be a defender of Madam Beslow, and I don't want to be one who to bring her down, because I said very clearly, Liberia is a very small country. Her grandmother used to be the dietitian on the mission I went to. Her brother is an extremely close friend of mine. I know her whole family. They are excellent, traditional family, have high moral character, and I just hope and pray that she can satisfy the requirements from those senators who will be asking her, and the documentation that she will present that will satisfy their concerns about her educational credentials. And that's all I would like to say on this particular issue now.
Thank you very much, sir. Wisely said. Couldn't agree?
It's so unfortunate that the individual that is quote unquote highly qualified is who we're discussing how she obtained bachelor's degree or doesn't have one before obtaining a master's degree. It's so unfortunate. I understand that there are certain individuals like Prince with vested interests elsewhere. So, but this is glaring. If this would have been Isaac Doe, the system would have just ran and say, yeah, he lied. But because certain individual now we're trying to sugarcoat this thing. Look, something is not right about this. It's fishy. You've gone and done master's degree, then you're coming back to kind of do bachelor's degree. All of this wishy-washy kind of way of doing stuff. Look, not because it's Sarah Besley Yento. There's a question on highly qualified. If you can't even defend your bachelor's degree, when I came in this country with a bachelor's degree, I had to send it to World Education Center. And they had to transcribe that particular degree to make sure it meets US standard. Before even going further, I had to do certain courses based on the fact that I didn't cover them under my undergraduate. And by the way, before going to law school, Mr. Doe, any bachelor's degree can take you into law school because it's a graduate level program. Any. So the argument that, she may have gone to go do, it happened to Lester Tenney. The argument was that he did not finish his endeavor at the University of Liberia, but obtained master's degree. And so that argument came up before, and it was trashed, not because he was Mr. Tenney. But I think Sarah Beslow should just do the honorable thing. I think in this case there's a long list of doubt, not because she's a Beslow or she's Sarah. Something is just not right about this thing for her to be holding on and finding excuse at one point of the other. She was not born to be foreign minister. There are other individuals with unquestionable credential that can go through that process and do that job even better. Why are you belaboring somebody who have to come and argue about their bachelor's degree, not having one in this? Look, as a country, you are going to go represent Liberia in a very pious position, one that requires candidness. And now they start hanging doubts on your so-called bachelor's degree. And at the same time, you're going to go represent an entire republic. That's the first thing that will precede you whenever you appear in any capital to represent the Republic of Liberia. Oh, yes, the lady who struggled to prove that she has a bachelor's degree. Look, we should not sugarcoat this because she's a Beslow or because she worked for the UN before. The UN, these are incredible organizations as well. Look, I was doing graduate research program, and the kind of improprieties that exist within the United Nations, that's not the hallmark for you to come measure how very integral anybody can be because they work for the UN. Now you have so much integrity. You work for
I do not agree. I do not agree.
my brother, you don't have to agree. You don't know much about it.
And I have no vested interest in this.
We
I
gotta
have
go
no
to
vested interest, but I do not agree.
You don't
We gotta go to
know
Dr.
much about the
Richardson. Let's
United
go ahead. We
Nations
gotta
issue
wrap
and
it
what
up.
I do not agree, Conor Gray. I disagree with you. I do not agree.
Guys,
I
we gotta
disagree.
Dr. Richardson, can you come in?
It's disparaging. The comments you're making are disparaging. Yeah, I do not agree.
Listen, my
Let
brother.
you finish. Let you finish.
Beslow, I think she's defrauding the system. She lied
That's
about
not true. That's not true.
And not be allowed to roll in.
Let you finish. I beg you. Let's give respect to Conor Gray. Let Conor Gray finish, guys, please.
Beslow is not the only Liberian that is qualified for that position. She's, matter of fact, her qualification is questionable. Whether she worked for Heaven before, that's not the argument here. Beslow does not meet the integrity criteria for that position, and therefore should not be allowed. And I applaud the Senate for that. They should reject her so that we can have a questionable foreign minister that represents our interests as a country. So regardless whether Max want to have a job with her, that's your priority, but our priority is greater than yours.
I've been hearing that since I was 8 years old, my brother. I've been hearing that since I was 8 years old. That's a wonderful saying in Liberia.
We gotta go. We gotta go, Dr. Richardson. Can you come in?
Yeah, I want to state that this is a very agonizing place to be because I am someone who review transcripts. I play a very huge role in admitting people to receive their highest level of degree, which is a doctorate degree. On the other hand, I also know Sarah. As I spoke here before, her cousin was maid of honor in my wedding. I've met Sarah perhaps one or two times, and at one point knew the family very well. But I want to say that Sarah took an unconventional path to attaining her degrees. This path is not conventional. Or students that I've seen over the past 20 years, I've been in this business, been working as a professor, tenure professor for 20 years. I have never quite seen this path before. So to get in the path I'm talking about, usually the path is a BSc, a master, a doctorate. That's a conventional path. Now, it is not uncommon, I'm sure, as you guys are saying, to obtain your degrees in other ways. And that is not the argument I'm hearing. However, I don't know about anyone who will get 42 credits in 5 or 6 months, as I saw listed out here on the show. I've never seen that before. I think Stanton told the university requirement for getting a BSc was 42 credits. Yes, 42, 70% of the graduate finish in 42 months. I don't know. Perhaps you have to ask for permission to take extra credit, but I've never seen that before. So, considering that we have all of these discrepancies within, degrees, whether the schools were certified, whether the timeline, it is only best that Sarah explains herself in the Senate ask, and she explains herself. I'm sure she has those transcripts. Okay, I'm not sure, but that's what I would think would solve some of our concerns here, and would solve the concerns of Liberia. My issue about this, I think somebody mentioned the issue is not my personal issue, but the issue about fairness, integrity, and competency is very strong to me as we go towards this new Liberia. I'm thinking about that child who may have struggled in school to get a 5 years to get a bachelor's degree and cannot get into the system because they didn't, get called. I'm thinking about a child that, didn't have the money, but, struggle hard, work hard, study all night long to get through a doctorate degree or a master's degree program. But, they're sidelined. So for me, it's a matter of, respect. I wouldn't want to be in a position where people be questioning my degree. That's why I choose to go the route that I went to the route. I don't want to be in a position where I wouldn't, I can't stand up straight and to say who I am, or people in my ministry look at me funny, have questions about me, or my students look at me funny when I'm teaching them. Oh, that woman there, she went this other way to get her degree. I wouldn't want to be in that position on a regular basis, and especially in America. Maybe we can get by because I don't know, but in Liberia, being a small society, and people tend to talk. So my advice to the senators is ask for the transcript, see what was transferred in, what wasn't transferred in, and talk about the impact of integrity, and let's move forward. Talk about the conventional way. Let me just clarify something. It takes 4 to 5 years to get a bachelor's degree flat out. Okay, nowadays children are taking much longer to get a bachelor's degree because they come in with an undecided major. Somehow they think that that's good to be undecided, and then somewhere in the middle of college they find themselves. Masters usually take 2.5 years, all right, to attain. To get a doctorate degree, it takes anywhere from 4 to 6 years. We actually ask students to leave from our program if you're going to be more than 6 years in the program, because according to the accreditation that we received in our university, you should be 6 years, should take you to get through your practicum and your internship. To get an EDU, another thing that we don't know in our country, EDU is a 2 years degree. We call it present doctor in education. It usually takes 2 years to get that degree. So if you're a PhD holder or you are PsyD, which I'm a holder of a PsyD, there's different types of doctorate degrees. My PsyD is a little bit more clinical. It belongs a little bit to the healthcare sector. It took me 6 years to get that degree, having children and working.
Thank you.
Yes. So I just want to say that is the timeline for conventional attainment of degree versus an unconventional attainment of degree. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Guys, we're closing the program. When you're closing, say whatever you want to say. But let me say this. I think right now, Sarah Beslow issue have been shifted. It's somewhat about the credential, school transcript, diploma, but I think it's more than her working experience in other capacity, in other areas. And I want to give this breaking news. I'm not going there because these are rumors and allegations as I would consider them. But I think the focus right now, when you talk about Sarah Beslow Nyanti, is her past working experience. Her past working experiences out there with the UN in Nepal, with Sudan. I think more information coming from that corridor as to why they are concerned about this position, this appointment. I want to leave it just like that, folks. I want you to think what I just said. Though it's also about the diploma, it's also about her degree, the transcript, but they have been shifted to her performance when she was with the UN at Nepal, at Sudan. What went wrong? What happened? I will not use my mouth to chew Prince Maxwell Pepe. So I'm going to leave it just like that. We'll start with Mame as we're going to do our closing. I want you guys to understand what I just said, and I'm going to repeat myself. I think they have shifted the argument now, and the reason why some things were moved around is because people have gone into Sarah Beslow Nyanti past experience. Whether you're going to help her or you're going to hurt her, we're going to wait for the confirmation hearing. I know what I know. I say what I say, but I have to be limited because of proximity. Ambula Mame, talk to us.
Stanton, we have no personal issue with Madam Beslow Nyanti. There's a strategy people can do when they get on show to talk. They create a narrative and they use it to justify their hypothesis or their ideas. And that's what I see people try to do here. No day have we said it is impossible for somebody to obtain a master's degree or a bachelor's degree. We do not say that. we say it is questionable. It raises a condition for question. No day have we said it is impossible for somebody to leave master's degree and come to bachelor's degree. We did not say so. That's not our argument. We are arguing that the school that gave you the bachelor's degree is saying that to get a bachelor's degree, the average time you spend is 40-something months. The record shows you spend 6 months. It sets a foundation for questioning. Those are the things we're saying. Somebody talk about pushing goalposts. When you are investigating something that has sinister and criminal related motive, every time there is new information, it raises condition for new set of investigation. Madam Sarah Beslo Nyanti's resume did not come up until day before yesterday. Until day before yesterday, everything we were doing was tipped off that we're investigating, and everything started from Cottington University. We established that she did not get a bachelor's degree from Cottington, but she had a master's degree. That in itself raised the red flag for investigation. And the investigation started. We went to Andrew Jackson. The school is known for selling degrees. That's what it's known for, popularly known for. A police director in New York was dismissed because he bought a degree from this new charter that Andrew Jackson had changed to new charter. The same degree, MBA degree, that Madam Beslo Nyanti received. It raises a condition for questioning. So when she put up her credential and all the other bio data, that's how we use it to go and dig further. And then we establish that, oh, but you got bachelor's degree in 2021. Okay, let's check when you enrolled. And then we establish that the time you enrolled to the time you left is only 6 months. How can you get bachelor in 6 months? Okay, let's go and check what the school has as its criteria. When we go check the school criteria, the school say you must spend at least 42 months to get it. It raises red flag. So those are the issues we are following. We're not changing goalposts. We're following the issues to logical conclusion. Then it gets to the point now where, since you cannot tell us on your resume when you enter and when you left that we have to go way behind to find it, and you're telling us that you spent 6 months because maybe you transfer credit, then it bring the condition and say, okay, bring your transcript so we see how you transfer the credit, because we know that when you transfer credit, it can be reflected on your transcript. We're not asking other people this question because this type of controversy and unconventional approaches are not associated with our credential. Lastly, and most importantly, and that will be the last point during our confirmation hearing, that the registration talk about accreditation. You say, oh, we're talking about accreditation. Accreditation, our research has taken us to another level. To be accredited, it doesn't give you the right to do anything to students. That the registration say or accreditation tells them that a certain period of time, the student must be able to complete the program. If you don't have accreditation to award double degree, and you award it, it's an issue. It's an issue. If you don't have an accreditation to organize specialized master program that accept people who do not have bachelor's degree, and you accepted somebody and graduated them, that's a problem with your accreditation. So let her provide all the information and say, okay, I attended this school with all a bachelor's degree. We will go and check further whether that school had accreditation to give people to run a specialized program and give people a master's degree with all a bachelor's degree. The unconventional approach, using that Richardson's word, that she used set the basis for investigation. The onus is on her to go to the state and provide the evidence. If she can provide it, that's fine. If she cannot provide it, they reject her. For somebody to sit on her shoulder and say, she's the most, that is seen where they misled George we are. She's the most qualified. And you cannot point to a qualification. There's a difference between qualification and competence. She's the most qualified. What's the qualification? Or the qualification on a question here. Every qualification being investigated. The first qualification was obtained in 2007 or a bachelor's degree. It raises condition for questioning. The second degree in 2021, the bachelor's degree was obtained in 6 months. It raises condition for questioning. So what's the qualification you're talking about? Gentlemen, we call on Madam Beslo Nyanti to go to the Senate and address all these contradictions. And to do so with all Guillaume, to do so with all Max Denson, to do so like she's going for a job interview. The Senate should be respected. You can't treat people like that in a manner and form. She wouldn't do it to the UN. When she was going for her job interview to the UN, she didn't carry Max Denson behind her. And all the other appointees, stop doing it. When you go into the World Bank, when someone are going to international organizations for interview, you don't carry Max Denson behind us. Why are you going to the Senate carry Max Denson behind you? Stop doing that to our country. It's not the Madam Nyanti alone, to all the other people who are planning to do it. Stop doing that to our country. Go and sit responsibly and defend your credential on how you can help us rescue this country. Don't carry Max Denson and people all on the street. Will you do that to the UN when you're going for an interview?
CEO, let's close now. It's 12. I gotta leave. Let me close. It's 12:44 in Liberia. You're in America and other places enjoying. Don't keep me down here the whole while. So please let me close.
I mean, you're working for cities.
It is 2:44 in South Africa.
I'm not working for cities.
It is 2:44 in South Africa.
So again, I will be very surprised. I will be very surprised if the Senate does not confirm Madam Sarah Beslo, who I don't know, but I think is one of the best people for that job. Let's establish a few facts here. One, we talk about the school, legit. We talk about the degrees. She have it? Yes or no? Yes, she does. Now somebody saying there will be a transcript to who? Like, when have you started being the investigator of transcripts? I don't get it. Now, there's the thing. Once the school is legit, we all agree. She got degree, yes or no? Okay, yes. The senators, if they have issues with whatever is on her, and I went for confirmation, what I do know is, once you are appointed, you take your entire file. Each of the senators will get one. One is going to the secretary and other places. Now, they will go through all of your things. If they have problem with it, they contact the source. So the school is there, the degrees are there, go to the source. If you ask me, bring transcript, I don't know when has transcript become a basis for confirmation. I know of one minister who did that, and there was whole nuts around here that indeed, why you let it go because of transcript? Well, transcript does not. Well, if you have a problem, go to the source. But I want to go over there, so I really want to call on the Senate to ensure. I don't know her. I've never seen her. I know nothing about her, but I think she can do a better job. And few things again, I want to end on CEO. Yesterday, there were few issues that unfortunately we didn't talk about today. And I really hope we do talk about it tomorrow. One of those issues happened to be the consolidated account balance. Today, we had the central bank governor at the House of Legislature, and where he provided us exactly what we have been saying. Somebody has to be held accountable for something. And like I said, Unity Party has to slow down a little bit. I think they are running too fast. So they're making too many mistakes. The CBL governor was there. He confirmed what we have been saying, that the account had $40 million. We weren't asking about how many debts Liberia got or how many money were coming from China. We are saying the money that was in the account. And then the next one, we talk about WIEC, say the Liberian government wasn't paying the WIEC fees. OKFM had an exclusive interview with the head of WIEC here in Liberia, and clearly he stated that the 5.5 million we're talking about, it's not George, we are debt. That's debt that came from some 30 decades ago. According to him, is Liberia's contribution to WIEC's headquarters. But the government of Liberia does not owe Liberia's WIEC office a penny. That has been clarified. We didn't talk about it. And let me give you two other things, CEO. Few weeks or days ago, we have some issue with 365,000 from Unity Party. The chairman talking about breaking a report on the Monday of the, I think, inauguration or sooner. One of those Mondays is being days after. We need to see that. We've always preached transparency, and that should be the order of the day. And lastly, nobody is talking about asset declaration anymore. It is a little concerning. It's been 10 days, 11 days. The president of this country had not declared asset. The vice president, my own big brother, I don't let to talk about, has not declared his asset. Where are we with it? It's not important anymore. I think these are things we should be serious about. In our country, if we need change, real change, that makes Arizona Cummins who always say, we should ensure we're doing the right thing for our country. And not because I love this person or I love this party. And so when they come into it, the ones who've been talking from day one, there's no more talk about. No declaration of asset here. Why are we not beating on the government? How long will it go before that happens? Something needs to be done.
You finish? You finish, Azido?
I finish. Do your thing.
Okay.
I finish. Do your thing.
You were still on, yeah. You were still on. Mr. Jackson, can you do your closing? We gotta know you gotta leave.
Yeah, well, no, I don't have to leave. I'm sitting comfortably
home, right?
in my house.
Yeah.
I'm at home. I can just walk to the bedroom. You know, I can just go home. But anyway, it's a good show. I thank all of you. In the early part of the show, I talk about the fact that I did present my paper to Stanton, and I may have been emotional about it. And I don't want to drag this down, but let it just be clear that I did present my monetary.
Yes, you did. You presented your paper, and I distributed them. I shared them with all.
Great. So I just want the public to be aware of that. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is the success of the current administration. I really am. I would like to live my last days in a prosperous Liberia. Clearly, I'm 70. I don't know how many more days, weeks, months, years that I have. And if Joe Boycott doesn't succeed and we have economic chaos, political instability, I will not be able to enjoy the last days of my life in the country that I love and I cherish so much, that I've made so much sacrifice for. Stanton is 1978. I was at Chase Manhattan Bank in New York, 2 VP. And Ellen and John Bestman and Charles Green, Ellen is alive. They recruited me. I have never in my life applied for any job in Liberia except consultancies. And the current situation in Liberia, where I see this, a fight for job, it is very frightening. And the reason why it's frightening for me is that it tells you that the private sector in Liberia doesn't provide opportunities for Liberians. Liberia has a lot of economic opportunities, but they're not for Liberians, they're for foreigners. All of the major mining companies in Liberia, they have jobs there. More than half of the employees at ArcelorMittal are from South Africa. And they have special dispensation where they work for 6 weeks and they fly them to South Africa every 6 weeks. And imagine if the company is willing to hire expatriate employees and send them home when Liberians can work for a cheaper amount of money and we can get that income, use it to improve our lives. Look at B Mountain. You have Turkish workers working as ordinary laborers for B Mountain. Most of the hotels in Liberia, Stanton, they have foreign accountants, foreign chefs, foreign management personnel. We need to change that Liberia, where we transform this country, where we bring up the people to a certain level, middle income and beyond. And the only way we can do that if the current administration gets its act together. Liberians wanted change, and they voted. More than 50% of the people voted for this change. They are hungering for that change. And that change cannot come with the degree of inefficiency I see, with the cliquishness I see, with the inefficiency I see, and with the slovenliness that I see. And it worries me. Because if Joe Boycott does not succeed, the next 6 years of my life, which will be my last 6 years, I wouldn't live in a prosperous country. I wouldn't live in a safe country. Stanton, where I was born, Stony Wayne, I took my wife there when we first went to Liberia nearly 4 years ago. There's a ghetto in the exact spot where I was born. with a tent with Zobo smoking the kush or whatever else to be smoking. And she was terrified. This is where I was born. The whole of Central Monrovia is a no-go zone after 6 p.m. I wrote a book about rich land, poor country. And I want some of you young people out there still on Amazon. You can get an electronic version, it's $9.99. We are too rich a land to be such poor people. And the only way that we can advance ourselves is by unity. So Joseph Boakai needs to understand that he's a president now for all Liberians. And the unity partisans should not be harking back to what George Weah did. George Weah was booted out of power. This is the first time in my memory that a president spent only 6 years in the democratic space and was booted out. Good for our democracy. But now we need the unity party government to perform. And I'm praying and hoping that they can perform at a level to improve the lives of Liberian people. I turn it over to you guys. Thank you very much for having me. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Just hang with us that we all can close together. Prince Maxwell, you want to go?
Yeah. First and foremost, I've been talking about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here forever and ever since I've been here. Two, I don't know Madame Beslow, but I'm glad that she was selected. She was nominated as Minister of Foreign Affairs designate. Now, why is Prince Maxwell interested in this particular issue? I've sat here and I've listened over the few days. I've listened to my colleagues present their case. I've listened to the argument about degree. I've listened to the argument about the school. I've listened to the argument of authentication. I've listened to the argument of year of credential. I've listened to the argument of the school accreditation. All of this information that this issue that I just named here, they all turn out to be true. The school she went to, the degree she got, the authentication of the degree, the year of the degree she got, the accrediting institution, everything turned out to be true. They're not fake. That is the point. Words were used as fictitious, lies. They all turned out to be true. That's why I said the goalpost has been moved. It's been moved now to you have to present your transcript because we now have to know. So to me now it becomes when in Senate confirmation transcript became a concern. The issue of concern was you provide us with authenticated degrees, and if we have a problem with those degrees, we can call the institutions to verify those degrees. The Senate has that power to do that. What I have seen here is sowing doubts. And my fear is that this would not enable the Senate or public opinion to do that job appropriately. If Madam Beslow has any problem, it is the Senate's responsibility for oversight on that issue. She presents to them because she'll be presenting to them on an oath. She will be presenting to the Senate on an oath. So if Madam Beslow gets there and provides all of those documents on the oath, and those documents tend to be wrong, there's something called perjury. I don't think Madam Beslow will put herself in that position. So I won't sit down here and say she's lying. I've seen all the documents being presented here so far. I've checked the documents myself. I've checked the years. I've checked the people that are behind the document. I look at the database, the documents, what taken from. They've all checked the database. We're all doing the same thing, just in different ways. And it's all of these things have come out to be true. The degrees is there, the documents there, the year of authentication is there, everything else is there. How she obtained her degree, the fact is those degrees are obtained and they are valid. How we want her to now prove based on transcript, that one is beyond me. Now, a few minutes ago, Steno spoke about something in terms of work experience and possibility of issues. I cannot speak to that. I can only speak to the facts that are in front of me that I can research. I will simply say that the Senate has the oversight responsibility in confirmation hearing. If Madam Beslow gets there and the Senate is not pleased, they have the power to write. And those schools will be subject to provide us information that they are looking for, that they need to authenticate that. But to put this in the public, in the press, as if Madam Beslow is creating some hulu balu just to get herself through the slippery door, that's not true. She provided all of the degrees, everything that needed to be. Everybody right now, everybody doing a computer, everybody who understands a little bit of computer are going through to check that. The schools are real. The degrees are valid. The issuing authorities of those degrees are valid. The year attended are valid. Those are the 4 key information that I am concerned about. And I've been provided with the information certified enough to be, okay, yes, these things are okay. But to push to say she's lying, her degree is questionable, her character is questionable. No.
Thank you.
I think Madam Beslow, everybody spoke longer here. Let me speak, Stanton. It spoke long on these issues. Not because I'm taking a different position, I'll be talking short. Everybody talk long.
I thought you was done. Don't attack
no, I
me.
wasn't done. I wasn't done. So let's give Madam Beslow the benefit of the doubt. Let her produce the document. Let her go to the Senate on Monday. There should be no withdrawal of her degree or her nomination. Let her go there and let her swear on oath that what statement she's making there is right. And if the statement she's making are wrong, it will be perjury. Then we understand that there will be accountability for that. That's what I'm saying.
Are you finished? Okay, we're gonna agree.
Stanton, here is why this is so vexing. This is so vexing because you have highly competent individual like Professor Alari Tokpa, highly IQ, very competent, extremely experienced individual, standing by, doesn't know his status in this whole fight that he was part of. Here is why this is so vexing. You have somebody like the kingmaker, Mr. Appleton, Edward Appleton, with 2 master's degree that you can check, and almost maybe 1 or 2 semesters left to finish a doctorate program. Highly competent individual, extremely experienced. Those individuals don't even know their status. Matter of fact, the campaign no longer call on those people. Those people are standing by. The likes of the Stephen Johnson that went to some of the best schools that you can check out their credential. They're standing out. Now, I've not even been tipped. You have the likes of Mo Ali. Yeah, we have our differences with people like Mo Ali, but these individuals are highly competent. Then they're shuffling between somebody that don't have bachelor's degree. They were doing masters. They left the kingdom to do bachelor's degree. And because they work for the United Nations, you think that's a hallmark to measure their competency on a piece of job. You know what? The United Nations is no landscape to begin to judge someone's qualification to do a piece of national job. This woman is not the only lady that can do that job. There's so many outstanding Liberians who were part of that campaign that brought Ambassador Boykai to intervene. Why are you fighting over somebody who was opposed to the campaign in the first place? What's the special interest? Is what I want to know. If they ask me right now for my school's transcript, because I went to so many schools. Why should I belabor the issue if I can give you the diploma? Why I can give you the transcript? What's so big about that? What are you hiding? The fact is, if the post say bring this, you bring anywhere to put it, you there because you know what? It's authentic. But you can just see the questionable. Why is Sarah Beslow forced to be Minister of Foreign Affairs when you have
like people who are way more qualified, who have been proven to be. You have my colleague there who was there as Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for a while. He got master's degree that we can check. We know him, Henry Fambule. There are so many other individuals. Why are you belaboring over Sarah Best Loyalty? Why is she going to bring to the position? Is it going to make Liberia richer or get better? Rather, she's going to cast aspersion on the Republic by appearing somewhere where people say, well, this is the lady whose credential cannot be checked out. Is that what we want? Let her go, man. We have a country to run. We don't have individuals to begin to please them. If she was that qualified, we would have gone further with her. I don't think Liberians had any reason not to qualify her if she didn't have any question mark on her. She has not met the criteria to be approved for the job. Therefore, let her wait. Let her go defend her. She can go elsewhere with that degree and work. She has worked with the United Nations. But Liberia needs to go forward. Now, taking country devil to the Senate, look at the kind of unconventional way of doing things. It's shameful, man. It's shameful. I don't know what's the interest those who are pushing up, have on her, but I don't see any kind of way she will produce anything better than what people who are way more qualified with authentic education can do. Let her go sit there and find something else to do. And that job is not the only job. She was not born for that job. She could find something else to do.
Thank you very much. For all due respect to Sarah Best Nyanti, I want to say I wish her well because it's the best thing we can do. Dr. Richardson, you will take us home. Don't worry. I think you already closed, right? But I want to say I wish Madam Beslo Yanti well. This is very difficult. And I'll pray that Madam Beslo Yanti, she doesn't listen to Prince Maxwell. This is not only about today. I'm very, very serious. This is about her tomorrow, the legacy, her after Liberia. To say, do not present your transcript. Why? She's seeking a job. She have to present her transcript. She have to present her certificate. No matter how she got it, how she obtained them.
Yeah.
But just give it. Go to the chair on foreign affairs and say, yes, my transcript. I told you I went to those schools. You got your first master from Andrew Jackson. Say, yes, my transcript. Yes, my certificate. What more you want to say? You went, you did your bachelor from Western Governors. Yes, my transcript. Why you give only the certificate? You can call the school. In 3 business days, they can send you your transcript. You pay $10. They can send it to your email or they can send it to your home address. Easy. If Madam Sarah really need a job, provide your transcript. Let's just kill that argument. Let's look Mambe in the eyes and my auntie calling in the eyes and say, you guys are wrong. To sit there and say, well, I agree with Prince Maxwell, I agree with what Conor Gray said. Maybe Prince Maxwell is fishing for the job. Prince, let me do my closer. Do not interrupt me. Let me do my closer.
No. I'm not going to interrupt you. I want to see your play. It's okay. It's fine. I will take a hit. It's okay. It's okay.
And I think this thing, it needs to stop. And I think DeLone, the chair on foreign committee, and Sir Joseph, the co-chair, and you talk about Amara Conan, you talk about Western Guy Finley, Edwin Snow, Yaya Nimland, all of these guys, they will understand if what Sarah is saying and she's lying, it will be a problem for our young men and women that are taking 10 years to go through the University of Liberia. I know what I'm saying. I know my position in this. I respect Madam Sarah Best Loyalty. I have a personal relationship with her. You can ask her tomorrow, she will tell you guys. I know her more than Prince Maxwell. But to kill this argument, to make the people shame, bring your transcript. Say, yes, my transcript. I transfer certain classes. Mr. Jackson, you know how it works. When you leave from Burlington College and you're going to Rutgers, you say, have you taken English 101? Yes, I took English 101. I want to do my bachelor at Rutgers. Have you taken statistics? Yes, I took statistics. Let's see your transcript. Tell the school to send your transcript to us. You pay the $10, they send your transcript there. You call in 3 days, have you guys gotten my transcript? Yeah, we got your transcript. We can verify that you took those classes. Now, what you want to do? I want to do my bachelor. Okay, it will take you 2 years to do it because you brought in. And you don't have to do statistic over. Some places will say how long it took you to take those classes. 5 years, you have to do them over.
It's true.
4 years, you have to do them over. So maybe you're supposed to take 3 years in records, but because you transfer classes, you take 2.5 years. You skip 1 semester, 12 credit, 3 or 4 classes that 1 semester. It's so simple and it's so easy. Why are we fighting, folks? The job of a foreign minister, dean of the cabinet, is a big job. Provide your transcript. Kill the argument. Call Western governors, they will give it to you. Call Andrew Jackson, they will give it to you. Kill the argument.
Look at what kind of school they say.
These are online schools. We can argue about the accreditation, but Western governors is accredited. But you know one thing? Mountain and Mame said you took the classes for only 6 months. It took you 1 year to do straight bachelor to master. 1 year. Is it possible? Only your transcript can explain it. Please don't listen to Prince Maxwell. Maybe that is
really
your style of learning.
Really.
And I was staying here today to say to my Liberian people, let's ask our sister Sarah Nyanti to get her transcript. Before she go for the confirmation hearing, she should get her transcript. If she cannot provide her transcript and only show the certificate, then I think it's not right.
So now you're saying that transcript. Now you're saying that transcript should be a part of the order. Now I just want to know. I just want to know.
Prince, we got to edit man. He got to go. This the man tired. He got to go rest. So, and I would say the 6 months to do a bachelor. The only way you can do a bachelor in 6 months, except you came in with some classes, you transfer some classes over, and yet and still, it's so impossible to even do a bachelor in 6 months.
Even CNA is not 6 months.
To even do a bachelor in 6 months. I want to say to everyone, I know what I'm saying because I know exactly what I'm saying. I would beg Pastor Sarah Nyanti, I believe she's an evangelist or pastor. I would beg her with the mercy of God, order your transcript tomorrow, ask them to email it to you, present them to the committee members and the chair and the vice chair, and tell them, say, this is it, you can verify it. Do that for Andrew Jackson, do that from Western governor, and let's call this thing and put it to rest. The next thing I want to say, the other thing about when Sarah Nyanti was in Sudan and there's the allegation of some kind of sexual assault on the UN worker in Sudan that people are flying around with, I think she wrote a statement with the United Nations. People ask me, well, why are you saying that? When Sarah Nyanti was coordinator in Sudan, somewhere over there representing the United Nations, it's all online. And under her leadership, some UNA worker, they were abused, they were sexually assaulted. Jesus. Don't put it on her. The investigation is out there. But go and investigate, read. The investigation is ongoing. What the UN chief, what did he do? So don't send me information that because of that, they took her from the position. You can call the humanitarian. That's a group of there that work with United Nations Arrest Story. The reporter got her phone number, everything. That call and investigate. What was Sarah Bestow's letter? What did it say? What was the action taken by United Nations? I mean, we got all these stories, folks. So if the Madam Sarah Bestow position there is a problem, we just want to say to every one of you, give it a chance. Thank God for DeLong and the committee. They are investigating. Nobody hit her. I have contributed to Sarah Nyanti. The little I have. And I appreciate her. But we're just begging every one of you, allow the Senate to do the job. And ask Madam Nyanti to please, if they ask her for her transcript, let she bring her transcript. Don't listen to Prince Maxwell and say, don't bring it. Dr. Richardson, please take us home. It was a beautiful show.
I agree with you. If they said it, act fine.
We're gonna bring in Bama Cordy, the agenda minister designate. We'll bring her in tomorrow, and we'll have a wonderful show. Again, Dr. Francine Chinaway Special Richardson, please close the show, ma'am. Without hearing you, ma'am.
Let's just go home. Tomorrow I have speaking about education. Tomorrow we are interviewing the PsyD applicants from 9 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the morning. And I have to go and read up on their transcript, their personal statements, see their grades, see if it adds up, who wrote letter of recommendations to them. So that's the process. That's the conventional process that we talk about. So on that note, I want to tell you guys goodbye because I have to be up for the night.
Thank you very much. And I know you have a long day, but you'll be on the show tomorrow, right?
I owe you an explanation, right?
Yes. Huh?
What final thing I want to say?
Right?
Yes, you gave me an explanation how you left the place.
That we were not, Mr. Jackson. I'm just happy that you coming on whenever you're available. We'll not leave the story. I think somebody around President Walker playing games. We got to start to expose these people very early. You cannot do that to the young men and women that have sacrificed their life around the president. We speak on it. We speak more to it. It's the government of inclusion. Everybody should benefit. Those people that were there, do not push them when you just come. We want to speak more about this. We'll be so aggressive with the conversation because Liberia too deserves better. It is concerning. Liberia too deserves better. Thank you, folks.
Experience, loyalty. If you miss that part, then that's bad.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Come on, Nelson. Let's do our closing. Nelson, there you go. As always, Nelson, we want to say thank you very much, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
What's that you got? You got pony? Or what you got? You got horse? What you got on your t-shirt, Nelson?
I think that's a horse.
You're a man, Nelson. You're the man. You're the man. You're the man. What boy? Oh, he the man.
He the man. But yeah, so all the people say that whole thing it helped them during the wartime. So he the man. He the man.
Oh yeah.
He the man. All the men who can understand it, they start running away.
But he was man. He was man. What man you talking about?
I think Senator Prince Johnson get better.
I mean, I gotta talk to Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson got the tip. I guess when I clip on Prince Johnson, we're laughing at the puppy. The snipe puppy reach they play talk about sunshine and puppy start going down. And you get that clip, you want to play it small?
We play it like that.
Oh, you play it like that. Prince Johnson a bad puppy.
The people just feel walk around call that money. Okay, let it clip it.
Play like.
Those who wrote the speech, I was so sorry the bishop sometime. In inauguration day, everybody happy. We are rejoicing over the defeat of the old regime. We are rejoicing about our effort to bring a new regime. Then we sit down with happiness. You go write paper for that 79-year-old man. He's struggling to read. Then before that, I will tell United Nations, I will tell US, I will bring 1 gram for you. Because you think 1 gram for Prince Johnson? And by the time the old man was reading, when he got to the place,
I know I'm gonna sign it.
You just got to make me should walk around cool. I will tell you, I will tell you, Doesn't that bad, man, for real.
CEO, you remember for the same war crime code issue? Senator Prince Johnson told Senator DeLong he would turn the table around. You remember?
Yeah, well, that clip. I think we had that clip though.
He said every time you see me war crime code, DeLong, you try me, I'll turn your table around. I'll turn your table. You know?
But Prince Johnson, I got a video I want to play. I think I sent it to you. When Prince Johnson was saying tango, tango, and nobody could answer. But my obvious never. You know what we're picking? We used to like all the things. He said that he said tango, tango, sunshine calling over. Tango, 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 sunshine calling. Can you hear me? Because he wasn't around that time, man. I know you heard about it, but you wasn't around, right?
Yeah, maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? You wasn't around?
No, so the thing can pass people too. So,
Oh, man, you wasn't around. Just say, I'm looking for you. When Prince Johnson said, tango, tango, sunshine calling. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Tango, tango. Can you hear me? Sunshine calling over. Tango, 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 tango. That was so funny. But it was rare. It was those days. We want to say to every one of you, thank you for joining us. Elizabeth Picata, I think that's her name. I seen the message on your messenger. If you like, please call me. You say you have something to tell me. Somebody said we are case. What happened with we are case again? Where we are there?
We are case?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think that's the Chris we are case from last evening that we didn't get to.
Oh, that's what they're asking about.
The ones we have the documents and all that, everything.
Yeah, man, we can get to all the story, man. We just tired.
Yeah.
We can get to all the story. So who's on your show tonight?
Yeah, so tonight there are some issues going on with respect to students, the students on GOL scholarship in Morocco.
You got somebody coming on?
Yeah,
but let me leave you. Let me call Pastor Raymond. Because you got a great show. Let me leave you. I just hate to interrupt your show. Where is Zacharias Gray?
The last time I saw him in a Facebook post.
Where in Cape Man?
Yeah.
Zacharias Gray trying to run for that seat in Cape Man, 2026. So he's doing everything he can. Where is Fagon? I thought of Fagon for 2 weeks now.
That's a very big question, CEO.
Let me call Fagon. Let's see what he will answer.
And the Liberian people keep asking that question as well.
They're asking questions. Who tell them to ask questions? I thought of Fagon for 2 weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks.
Everybody said I had a great show. That's good. The show was great. With them cool. Clarence Zenka Swawe. The chief judge, the how you call him now, he's going to be the defamation. Eugene, let me Fagon. Eugene.
Hello.
Eugene, where you at?
I came to eat chicken wings.
Oh, Nelson said I'm going to say hi to you. Nelson say hi to Eugene now.
Mr. Fagon, good evening. How are you?
I'm trying to be good as well as you guys are trying to be good. I at the Wild Wings that does wings for people to eat, and I'm here to eat Carolina Reaper, which is like hot chicken wings.
Wow.
Somebody asked, are you with Kev Hassan?
No, Kev Hassan is in Sierra Leone, and I am a Liberian. I don't know where in Sierra Leone he is right now.
Kev Hassan is a boy, sir. So are you there alone, Fagon?
Is also the son of Stanton Witherspoon, the foster son.
Yeah, the foster son. So I kick him out. Are you there? Are you there alone, Fagon?
No, I came with a friend and a brother.
The one that you say he doesn't like you?
No, this one is a good one when there's no woman around. Whenever there's a woman,
you laugh, bro.
His name is Louis Connery.
You laugh, bro.
When there's a woman around, and I'm afraid
we eating. How many will we eating?
They haven't got it yet, but when it comes down, we're going to split it 6-6.
So that only 12 wins you won for?
That's all we can afford. If you can send us some money by cash time,
what's the largest amount to sell?
The largest amount to sell is 50 wings, and you're looking at about $58 and change plus tax.
50 wings for $58?
$58 Yes, it's like $1.01 on a Thursday night, which is karaoke and happy hour night.
Okay, so the folks have agreed they will send you $50.
I don't want it from the folks. If it cannot come from you, I'm not cheap. I'm very expensive.
You will eat a 6 win and go out home.
I will eat my 6 win and I'll be happy that I had only 6 weeks because that's the capacity of my stomach.
For a 6 win business, you go out 6 win.
What else can I do when you're not in campaign mode? You will agree with me that after 2 years of a hard campaign, it's only prudent that you sit down, eat your 6 wings, go home, sleep, and dream.
That's it.
Don't forget, our mission was to rescue the country. That's what Joseph Boakai took all of us and armed us with political theories and practical solutions to rescue the country. So we came with a mission to rescue the country. However, we were given separate battles to fight. You and I, Colère and Diamond and Yekesi and the other people, including Titi, we were giving a specific battle to fight propaganda. We won that battle and we can now celebrate. But the war continues because the war is on poverty, corruption, extrajudicial killings, homicide, rape, the economy, national security, and a lot of other things. The war will continue, but our battle has been won. He's now the president, and we can retire.
The Honorable Eugene Loving Fagon, former Deputy Minister of Information. We want to say thank you very much for calling and for taking our calls. Thank you, Minister Fagon.
Y'all call me. Y'all think y'all smart. Y'all call me. Y'all want to catch me?
Go and enjoy your 6 wins. I beg you.
We're eating 12 wins tonight. In fact, because of what I just said, the guy decided that Louis Honoré, commonly known as Brooks, decided that we are eating 18 wings tonight. So you can go and sit there and hold your microphone.
Okay, so now we're gonna send you the $50, Fagon, for you to eat 50 wings.
You and who make we?
Me and Nelson.
Nelson gave me $50.
We just Fagon, we just send you $50 and everybody watching. You see, they say send right there. You see that? And you see it? And you see it? That's it. Fagon, we are live. Please check your phone because Nelson is watching it. They say $50 sent to Eugene Fagon. Can you check it, please?
I have not received it.
They got. Mama, can you check your cash app?
What's my cash app? You see my brain book and y'all look at me and give me $50.
My man, I already sent it to you back. Check your cash app, man. You see it? You see it right now, see?
Yeah, I see it.
You see it?
I see the same.
Yeah, this is sent. So you got to go ahead and eat 58 wings. Yeah.
The money is short. The money should have been $58.
You see, Bala, you're dirty dog. Bala, man. I say you $50. I don't lie. Bala, man. I say you $50. You say 50. You mind? You baby the cuss. Yeah, man. You want you 58 when I say you $50, you say the money short $8. You better move on that. So listen, we get another $100 in the bank for people to call real quick. Let's take 10 calls, $10 each calls, please. We shouldn't forget it was $200. Oh, today is Salamatu birthday. Salamatu Donkey. Today is Salamatu Donkey birthday. Let's announce it. Happy birthday to Salamatu Donkey. This is from her friend. What's her friend name? Robina. This is from her friend Robina. All right. Hello. Hello. Yes, sir.
Tell our man. Say he $20 more. Send it to you. I'll send it to you.
All right, send it to me. That's good.
Okay, let me send it to you.
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, I do. I can hear you.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Hey, CEO, this is Sham calling from Montana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling because I wanted to collaborate on something that.
But well, we gotta call the people for them to win $10, man. Then yeah, okay.
What's the topic? I'm listening, but you
no, we gotta ask questions. We gotta ask the people question in Liberia. They get an answer, then they win $10.
Oh, okay. What about we that here? We listen and we follow.
I will post that in your ear that you are getting out too. We got Palo. I'm see they make a traffic. Open the phone line there, so let's be very fast.
Yeah, so 0555101075 is the number.
Can you pull it up, please?
Yeah, let me try to do that.
They both ain't knowing the number. They open the line, you see. People start calling.
But the number already hot. It's ringing.
Take it down. Let's ask the question.
Okay, hello, you live.
Yeah, hello, I'm Emmanuel. I'm from Kisinko.
Emmanuel, what's your full name?
Emmanuel Dewey.
Dewey. Okay, go ahead. Okay, please listen. See you.
Emmanuel Gateway, how you doing today?
I'm okay, see you.
Good. Who is the newly elected senator from Lofa County? He's serving as chair on how you call it? The newly elected senator from Lofa County. He served chair on these people that are okay. I'm not going to say that you know, but who's the newly elected senator, Mr. County? I mean Lofa County.
President, Senator of Lofa County.
Yeah.
Chair
on security, right? Thank you.
No, I can't remember his name.
Lofa County, my man, you can remember the man as security man.
Oh, it's Cyrus. Momo Cyrus.
Momo Cyrus, correct.
Money.
Momo Cyrus. So take the guy information.
Okay, so okay, just give me your name again and your number.
Yeah, my name is Emmanuel Dewey. Gawoyea.
What?
Gawoyea.
I mean, look on the list, so they may call his name 2 times. He was there yesterday. Don't get nothing.
Emmanuel Dewey, call your number quickly.
0
Yeah.
746.
Yeah.
900.
900.
The next caller.
900. Thank you, Emmanuel Dewey. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you calling from?
This is Jerry D. Sangi. I do calling from Magibi.
Okay.
Magibi, that's correct. Jerry, let me ask you a quick question. How many senators were put on sanction from Magibi?
2.
You got $10, man.
You say, please say your name again and give me a
Jerry D. Sangi.
Jerry D. Sangi.
Yeah.
Okay. Your number quickly, Jerry.
086.
Yeah.
10 9 8 11.
10 9 8 11. Right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We take another person here. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you call from?
My name is Hassan Bar.
Hassan. Okay.
And I call from the borough of Nicholson.
Okay. Listen to the question.
Hassan.
Yes.
How many? Let me ask you a question, Hassan. Who is the newly appointed representative for District 17?
Number what? Number 15?
17. District 17.
DJ Blue.
DJ Blue, correct.
Hassan, what's your last name?
Hassan Bar.
Hassan Bar. Your number?
0776.
I may call your mobile, your Lone Star number.
But my Lone Star number is registered with different name.
Yeah.
My man.
0886.
Yeah.
45. 2104.
2104. 452104, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Again, the number is 0555101075. That's the number to call. We take this person. Hello. Your name and where you call from?
I call from River G.
You say your name?
Joseph Swin, and I call from River G.
Joseph Swin from River
Where
G.
River G? Wow. Joseph.
Yeah.
Who is the current LPRC managing director?
It's Amos 12.
$10, Joseph. $10 for you.
Your number.
088-66-100. You get it?
I'm listening, sir.
Yeah. 088-66-100-94.
94. Okay. Thank you. So we take another person. Hello. 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 Wow, the line's freezing. 0555-101075. Hello. Your name and where you call from?
Can you increase the volume?
Your name? Geneton. Hello.
The man take another call. The man are ready to take another call.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, your name?
My name is Obama Williams calling from TS0.
Obama Williams.
Bowman.
Okay.
Yes.
How many senators are there from Nima County?
2 senators.
Name them.
I don't know their name.
You know, okay.
Oh, So you got 2 senators from Nima County currently?
I know of Prince Johnson.
And who?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
All right, come back tomorrow.
Prince Johnson and
who the other senator from Nima County? Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Kuhn?
Yes, sir.
So
that man looking at the live. That impressive man.
Wait. So who's the vice president of the Republic of Liberia?
That impressive fool man.
What? Come against you?
Who's the vice president of the Republic of Liberia?
Jeremiah Kuhn.
Then how many senators do we have in Nima?
You got love. Trying to fix things.
Hello?
Yeah.
How many senators do we have in Nima currently?
Currently, it's it's a 1.
It's a 1. I'm gonna give it to
I mean, you try to fix things. Just go ahead.
055.
0555, yeah. Yeah. 0555.
4564.
4564.
4906.
4906.
05564 4906.
0555.
64.
Oh, 64.
Yeah, 4906.
644906. Okay, thank you.
How many calls now? You gotta go do your show. How many calls?
We have 14 in total.
No, we just taking only 10 tonight. How many have we taken?
No, 4. We've taken 4.
I will take the last one, man. I'm hungry.
Okay, so we just take one more.
Yeah, man.
And then okay, let me squeeze the last call in. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you call from?
My name is Johnson Flomo, and I call you from Sokime.
Okay, Johnson, please listen for your question.
Johnson.
Yeah.
Johnson, let me ask you a very easy question. This one you must get it, okay?
Yeah.
What's your middle name?
No, I don't have a middle name. The name is Johnson Flomo, no middle name.
But then you don't, you fake.
Huh?
But then you feel the question, man.
Hello?
I mean, you feel the question, you got no middle name?
No, I don't have middle name because I don't use middle name, so it's not official, so I don't have it up.
So that for you to get to that business, you're looking for official middle name, you can't call any name. Okay, get it back to that, man. Y'all have a good day. Get it better to that.
Okay, Johnson, just read your number quickly.
0555.
Yeah.
716152.
716152, right?
Yeah.
716152.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Johnson. Want to say thanks to everybody. We appreciate your time on Spoon Talk. Like always, join us tomorrow. Some strange thing can happen. Good conversation. Whatever you may be, may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord shine his face upon you. Till we meet again, in every which way, be blessed. To our brother, Pastor Raymond, be blessed. We calling you tonight. Bye-bye. All right, that's it. Take care.
Taking Pastor Raymond, your friends, small.
Yeah.
All right, folks. We want to say thanks to all of you out there tonight for being here with us on Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you who called in, those of you who tried but didn't make it through the lines, those of you who just sat by the radio playing the listening role, whether on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5. We appreciate you as well across the country who follow us on the relay on several radio stations. We appreciate you, whether on Premier FM in Bond County or Trust FM in Bomi County, or maybe Gibi FM in Kagatama, Gibi County, Trend FM in Grand Crew County, and a host of other radio stations. We appreciate you. Spoon Talk is going to be back on your radio tomorrow. And it promises to be fascinating. You don't want to miss it. Of course, you can join us tomorrow. Until then, my name is Nelson Colette. Have a good night. Coming up next is the Late Night Show. Late Night Politics on Spoon is going to be firing. Very great show coming up. And you can join us, join the team. And we will be here shortly to give you all the best as we bring you the Late Night Show tonight. Until then, have a good night. Let's keep the peace. And bye-bye for now.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south.